Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and Noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. Whenever the Man Called X is involved, even a very simple beginning may lead to an amazing chain of circumstances. Take such an ordinary little thing as the ringing of a doorbell. Simple enough. Only the doorbell of a small apartment in Upper Manhattan, that's all.
Good evening.
Oh, I thought... Well, how do you do?
You're Mrs. Jordan?
Why, yes, I am.
Mrs. Jordan, I am the Man Called X.
Well, my husband isn't here, Mr. X. He took a plane this morning.
What?
Yes, to Honolulu.
That was a big mistake. He shouldn't have gone.
But, Mr. X, it took all our savings to buy that property in Hawaii. And for months now, they've kept stalling us from going out there. Ralph thinks the whole thing's a fake, that he and hundreds of other veterans in this country have been swindled.
Mrs. Jordan, that land company in Honolulu is of highly reputable concern. This foolish trip of his may prove to be extremely regrettable for both of you. Chief, would it bother you very much if I said I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about?
Ken, this isn't funny. Your actions during this past week are nothing to joke about.
I'll go with you on that. 6 days and nights on the edge of a swamp full of the biggest mosquitoes in Florida, waiting for a smuggler who didn't even have the courtesy to show up.
Alone, of course.
You don't think anybody else would be that crazy?
But I thought you were working in a Hawaiian deal, Ken. That land company for veterans.
I was until I got this so-called hot tip. Why?
Oh, what did you find out? About the land firm, I mean.
Only what I've told you already. They've been spreading ads in papers all over the country. Special offer to veterans. Plantation lands in Maui. Dirt cheap. The big come-on. But apparently the buyer gets nothing but an artistic little title certificate and plenty of discouragement against coming out to take possession. At least 4 men who did go out, well, they disappeared.
Ken...
Come on, Chief. Let's have it. What goes on?
Miss Brooks, will you send in Mrs. Jordan, please?
Who's Mrs. Jordan?
She may be the chief witness for the prosecution.
Huh?
Oh, come in, Mrs. Jordan.
The girl told me to come in here.
Yes, that's right. I want you to look at this man carefully. Now, this isn't the same one, is it?
Well, I'm not sure. It was dark, and he didn't come inside.
Chief, I hate to seem inquisitive, but what is it I'm supposed to have done?
That voice. It's him. It's the same one. You murderer.
Oh, wait a minute.
You murdered my husband.
What the...
That's all for now, Mrs. Jordan. Will you wait in the other office, please?
Mr. X, I hope you get everything that's coming to you.
Chief, will you please tell me what the Sam Hill this is all about?
Ken, day before yesterday, her husband phoned her from Honolulu and said that you had met him there and threatened his life. 4 hours later, they found him stabbed to death.
Chief, I've been in Florida.
But, Ken, I'd have to testify that you phoned me 2 days ago from Honolulu.
I what?
It was your voice, Ken. Dead to rights.
So that's it. A nice, tight little frame. Whoever put it together did a good job around the corners. And, Chief, I know exactly where I'm going to start. Hagon, open up. I know you're in there. Hagon.
Just a minute, I'm coming. Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought I heard somebody knocking.
Incredible. I've only been at it for 10 minutes.
Huh? Oh, well, Mr. Thurston, I was just leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm late already.
You'll be later. Let's go inside.
If any other time, I'd be glad to.
After you, Hagon. Here we go.
Well, won't you come in?
Thanks. So it's gone. All right, Hagon, what happened to it?
I'm very glad you dropped in, Mr. Thurston. Only yesterday I was saying to myself, now I ought to call up Mr. Thurston.
Turn it off, Hagon.
Huh?
Now, what happened to that home recording machine of yours?
Oh, that was only an approval. They took it back.
How about the records, the ones I made? They take them back, too?
The records? They just got lost, I guess, or something.
Hagon, start talking.
Oh, it was only a joke, Mr. Thurston. I wouldn't have thought of selling them. If Mr. Smith hadn't said it was just a joke...
It would be Smith.
The money had absolutely nothing to do with it. I swear to you, by the father of my...
pipe down. Would you know this Mr. Smith if you saw him again?
But I never did see him. I only talked to him on the telephone. He sent a messenger to get the records.
Like that, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Hagon, start packing. We're flying to Honolulu.
A vacation. Well, that's a very good
It's
idea.
a long ways from a vacation. There's a killer waiting there for us. Probably knows we're coming. He may be anybody, Hagon. He may be anybody at all.
Boy! All these bellboys are never around when you want them, Mr. Thurston. They're really a problem.
Can't say that I blame them, Mr. Kwong. In a climate like this, who'd want to work?
You're so right. They keep slipping off to Waikiki to ride their surfboards and do tricks for the young ladies who come on vacation.
Sounds like a career all by itself.
Ah, yes, if I were 10 years younger. Mr. Thurston, the entire facilities of the Waiwela Hotel are yours to command. I am determined that you shall enjoy your visit to Hawaii.
Thanks very much.
And, of course, you too, Mr.
Zellschmidt. Pagan Zellschmidt.
Quite so, Zellschmidt.
By the way, Mr. Kwong, have you ever heard of a company around here sending land to war veterans?
I'm so sorry, no, but of course I've never heard of a great many
I
things.
see. Not even a company that has an address right across the street.
No.
Mr. Thurston, why do you keep calling it a land company? It says right on the front, Club Malahini. It's a nightclub.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
Then come on. We're going to change our clothes and drop in at the Club Malahini.
Here you are, monsieur. One dry martini and one, zombie.
Thanks. Now, don't fall into that, Pagon. You'll drown. Oh, bartender.
Oui, monsieur. Was there something else?
Yes, where can I find the manager of the club?
Huh? But you have found him. I, monsieur, am the manager. Louis Chic at your service.
Uh-huh.
My bartender did not come tonight, so...
Oh, he's probably down at Waikiki doing tricks for the girls. My name's Thurston, Mr. Chic. This is Pagon Zellschmidt.
Oh, so happy to meet you, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Tell me what you know about a land company for war veterans.
Oh, mon Dieu, another one. Monsieur, I know nothing about that company.
Their address is the same as this club's.
Monsieur Thurston, it is like this. In the back of the club, there is a small office which I never use. 3 months ago, a man called me on the telephone and wished to rent it. I say, fine, okay. And he sent me the money by mail. Whenever letters arrive for the company, I push them through the slots in the door. But I have never seen the man.
I see. And there have been others inquiring about this company?
Oh, 4 or 5 in the last month. I tell them all the same thing.
Well, you're consistent at any rate.
Mr. Thurston, look.
I know. You're quiet, Pago.
Hi, Connie's and Mulliheny's. It's my pleasure at this time to present the attraction you've all been waiting for. The one and only, the lovely Leopele in her Dance of the Island.
Look at her, Mr. Thurston. Huh? Not bad, eh?
Not bad at all, Pago. As a matter of fact, I think I'll go back to her dressing room and wait for her.
That's a very good idea. Now, let's go.
Sorry, Pago.
No?
See you later.
Oh, well. Monsieur, another zombie, please.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah?
If you have a minute, I'd like to speak to you. My name's Frank Clark.
Uh-huh, well?
I was sitting out at the bar a while ago, and I heard you talking to Louis Chic. I didn't want to say anything in front of him. It's about this land company for us guys out of the service.
Uh-huh.
I've been around here a couple of weeks trying to check up on it. I guess you got stuck too, huh?
It looks that way.
Same here. Yeah, they sure got a slick layout.
Been able to find out anything?
Well, not much more than what Chic told you. Oh, I did get a look inside that office.
Uh-huh.
It's empty. Nothing but a letter drop.
Any ideas?
Yeah, I got a few about the clerk at my hotel. I'm staying right across the street here, the Wawela.
So am I. You mean Mr. Kwong, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm tied up right at the moment, Mr. Clark. Suppose we get together in the morning and talk it over. Maybe you can make some sense out of the whole business.
That's a good idea. I'll see you in the morning, then. So long, Mr. Thurston.
Bye. Ah, the lovely Leopele.
What? Pardon me, please. This is my dressing.
I know. I've been waiting for you.
Wait a minute. You were from the States.
So?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Ken Thurston.
Thurston? Come in, Mr. Thurston.
You know, I've always thought of a grass skirt as a gaudy sort of thing on the picture postcard. Then I've never seen you wear one.
Oh, thank you. But that is my profession, Mr. Thurston.
I guess it's more than that. I suppose it's an art that comes from being born here in the islands.
I suppose so.
At any rate, the dance was very lovely. Ole e poena au.
What? I do not understand.
Oh, a native who doesn't know her own tongue.
I have forgotten most of the old language.
Leopele, you're no more a Polynesian than I am. No more a part of the island than the Veterans Land Company.
All right, but I can't talk to you here. Where are you staying?
Across the street at the Wawela.
Then I'll come to your room at 10:30, right after my next dance.
All right. I'll be waiting for you. Don't forget, Leopele.
I won't. Don't worry. I won't forget. I'll be there all right, Mr. X.
You would like something else, maybe, Monsieur Zellschmidt?
Louis, you may bring me a crystal goblet filled with foam from Waikiki.
Ha, ha. Monsieur is very funny. I go to bring some ice now. Monsieur will pardon me.
I pardon everybody, except Mr. Thurston, who leaves me alone here while he talks to a beautiful dame with a beautiful name. That rhymes. A beautiful
Here you go.
Mr. Thurston, where are you?
Over here, Pago. The door at the end of the bar. Come on.
Well, it's about time you came back, Mr. Thurston. I was getting very impatient.
Never mind, Pago. Follow me. Hurry, we haven't much time.
Why don't they have lights in this hallway? Where are you going, Mr. Thurston?
Out the back way. Close the door after you, Pago.
It's very dark here. Is this an alley, Mr. X?
It's a back street. Wait, we'll stop here a second.
Because, Pagon, I'm holding a gun in my coat pocket. From here on, you'll do exactly as I say. Understand?
Well, of course, I'll be glad to... Wait. You're not...
You're quite right, Pagon. I am not Mr. X.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Honolulu investigating a firm ostensibly offering bargains in Hawaiian lands to war veterans. Someone has proved such a skillful impersonator as to place Ken under suspicion of murder and to lure Pagon away from the Club Malahini to some unknown destination.
Monsieur, I cannot keep track of everyone who comes in here. It is possible that when my back was turned, he simply got up and walked out, just like that.
But you didn't see him go, Mr. Sheik, is that it?
Monsieur Thurston, to be perfectly frank, I do not even remember the man.
Oh, no, he came in with me not more than half an hour ago. Sat right here, ordered a couple of zombies. I introduced him to you, Pagon Zellschmidt.
Zombie Zellschmidt. Monsieur, I think I do remember. Vaguely, of course.
Vaguely, is it? I see, yeah. You know, Mr. Sheik, I'm beginning to get a little fed up with you. That French accent of yours is as phony as that Hawaiian dancer.
Okay, Thurston, you're right. The accent helps business.
Uh-huh. What business?
Entertainment, glamour, thrills, excitement. If it's on a menu, it's for sale.
Interesting menu. I'll have to have a look at it sometime. Wouldn't be surprised if one of the main courses turned out to be real estate.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Well, you work pretty long hours, Mr. Kwong.
Oh, the difficulty of keeping help. There are so many attractions here.
Yeah, that situation seems to be general. Has Mr. Zellschmidt come in?
Oh, no, not since he left earlier with you, Mr. Thurston.
You've been here all evening?
Continuously. What else can I do when I bear the whole tremendous responsibility of this hotel on my shoulders?
Yeah, it must be a terrific load. Mr. Kwong, several men have come out from the States in recent weeks and disappeared. Some of them were staying at this hotel. What do you know about it?
Why, nothing, Mr. Thurston. I never permit extraneous occurrences to intrude upon my consciousness.
I see. Tell me, do you happen to know a dancer who calls herself Luapele?
The Waiwela Hotel has the honor of being host to Miss Luapele.
I see. Well, Mr. Kwong, in that role at least, I hope to be joining you in a few minutes. Yeah, who is it?
I'm Mr. Thurston.
Oh. Luapele, come in. Yeah, I'll take your coat.
Thank you. Well, I suppose you locked the door at this point.
I hadn't thought of it. Why?
Shouldn't I expect it, since I was foolish enough to come here to your room?
Why did you come?
A man ordinarily assumes it's a result of his fatal charm, doesn't he?
Luapele. Luapele. Smoldering, boiling, ready to erupt. The volcano. That's what your name means, you know.
No, I didn't know. It was Louis Chic's idea. Shall we sit down?
Sure.
Oh, not there, over here.
Oh.
Let's say I came because I found you interesting.
That sounds like a bad book. And it isn't the reason.
Oh, why do you have to doubt everything? While ago at the club, you were anxious enough for me to come here. Why?
Well, maybe because I found you interesting.
You really think so? Why don't you do something about it?
Such as?
Such as something like this?
Ah, Luapele. I wondered how long it'd take
How long for what?
for you to make your play. All right, drop it.
Oh, you're hurting me.
And drop it. That's better. Is a .32 automatic standard equipment for a dancer to carry in her coat pocket?
I'd have killed you. All right, go ahead and kill me, the same as you killed my brother, Mr. X.
Huh? How'd you find that out?
I recognized your voice at the club.
Who are you?
Shirley Kaufman.
Kaufman. Wait. He was swindled on this land deal. Talked to him on the phone several times.
That's where I first heard your voice. He was my brother.
Oh?
When he wouldn't take your advice and came to Honolulu anyway, you followed him and killed him. Then tried to make it look as though he'd drowned. They found him in the surf at Waikiki. That's where you made a mistake. That's why I came out here. He didn't drown. My brother'd won medals in swimming meets for years. You killed him.
So that's what happened to one of them. You're wrong, Dorpelli. I didn't kill your brother. But you're right about one thing. He was murdered. Wait a second. Sit right where you are. Hello.
Mr. Thurston, is that you?
Pagon, where the devil have you been?
I do not have any time to talk about that now. You have got to come right away.
Yeah, where?
Out at the Diamond Point jetty.
Diamond Point. What's up, Pagon?
I cannot talk about it now, Mr. Thurston, but it is very important. You hurry, huh?
I'm tied up at the moment. I can't get away. Suppose I meet you around midnight.
You cannot make it any sooner?
Not a chance. And another thing, I can't find that letter from Mrs. Jordan that I gave you. You know what you did with it?
I do not remember, Mr. Thurston. It is around somewhere, I guess.
Mind if I look in your suitcase for it?
You are entirely welcome to it. That's probably where it is, too.
Okay. I'll meet you at midnight at the Diamond Point jetty.
I will be waiting, Mr. Thurston.
So long, Pagon.
What are you going to do?
Look, get this straight. I did not kill your brother. And I'm going to try just as hard as you are to find out who did.
I don't know what to think. There isn't any proof. I got the idea because you warned him not to come to Honolulu. Then he came anyway and was killed.
That's exactly why I warned him.
Maybe I was crazy, but I worked there at the club for a month trying to find out who's behind this land company. No luck. Then you showed up the way you did.
So you jumped to conclusions.
I guess so.
Luapelli, this whole thing's beginning to make some sense. If you'll just sit tight, I may be able to dig up the right answer. One thing you can always count on with a guy as clever as the one who's back of all this, sooner or later he gets too clever.
You said I was named for a volcano. All right. The eruption's over. I trust you can. And to prove it. Oh, Ken.
Luapelli, well.
You'll have to be going, Ken, if you're going to meet someone at midnight. It's a half-hour drive to Diamond Point.
I haven't the slightest intention of meeting anybody at Diamond Point. In fact, I'm going to stay right here until midnight. Well, Mr. Sheik, straight up midnight, another customer in the place. Why don't you close up and go home?
Oh, Monsieur Thurston has the right idea. That is exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh, now, hold it. I'm the fellow who knows the accents of fate. You remember?
Yeah, I remember all right, but it gets to be a habit.
A lot of things do. You haven't seen Mr. Smith around?
Who is Mr. Smith? I said...
That's a good question, Mr. Sheik. A very good question. And I'm working on an answer. Four minutes past midnight and still on the job. You show an amazing devotion to duty, Mr. Kwong.
I assure you, Mr. Thurston, it is not by choice. The attractions here are such
I know, yes. The help simply doesn't feel like working. Do you mind if I look through the hotel register?
No, not at all, though I'm afraid you'll find it very dull reading.
I don't think so. In fact, Mr. Kwong, I expect to learn a lot from it. Well, Zellschmidt, you seem to have found my room quite comfortable. Oh, that's too bad. Of course, you can't talk with that gag in your mouth. Before I remove it, however, I want you to take a close look at this knife. See it? Because if you cry out once, I'm going to use it to cut your throat, understand? All right. There you are.
I don't see why you couldn't use a towel that didn't taste so bad. This one had soap on it.
You do seem to be frothing at the mouth a bit.
And please stop sounding like Mr. Thurston.
Selchmit, you have any idea why Thurston failed to show up at Diamond Point?
He didn't? Now, don't look at me like that, Mr. Smith. I don't know why. You talked on the phone so much like me. It would fool even me.
I wonder. Like to know where he is right now.
Oh, who knows? He's probably found some woman. He always does.
That's right, yes. Lua Pele. I'd forgotten he'd met her. He couldn't have known it wasn't you on the phone, Selchmit. I imitated you perfectly.
Mr. Smith, it was even better than I could do it.
I imitated his voice all right, too. Even fooled his chief, a man who's known him for years.
Oh, there is not the slightest doubt about it. You are the most clever man I have ever seen. How about untying those ropes?
No. Well, this hotel's far too crowded to turn you loose here in the room. Quiet. Before I decide to cut your throat.
Yes, sir. I didn't say anything. I don't really mind being tied up.
I only knew why he didn't show. The neatest little racket I ever worked up. Good for a long time yet with Thurston out of the way.
Oh, he's very stupid, Mr. Smith. You could bump him off without any trouble, just like the other 4.
5, Selchmit. Your arithmetic's bad. And since we're on that subject, I think it's time to make it 6. I don't need you any longer.
Oh, well, 5, 6, what's the difference? Huh? Wait. You're not. No, you can't. Mr. Rex!
All right, drop that knife. Drop it.
No! Oh, Mr. Rex, I thought you would never come out of that.
Thurston, you gotta do something about this hand. I'll bleed to death.
Well, from a scratch like that, you should have dropped that knife when I told you to, Mr. Smith. Or would you rather be called Frank Clark?
Huh. How did you find out?
You outsmarted yourself, Clark. When you picked up my remark on the phone about Mrs. Jordan's letter, I knew you were a phony. Hagan would have asked what letter, since you'd never heard of it.
Say, that's right. I don't know about the Laney letter.
At midnight, the rest of the people who might have been tied into this deal were all accounted for. The hotel register gave me your room number. I came here, I found Pagan, and waited until you came back.
I knew I should have killed him earlier and got him out of here.
No, Clark, that wouldn't have helped. The hotel register gave you away anyhow. When you talked to me at the Club Malahini, you said you've been here 2 weeks. But the register shows you've lived at this hotel for over 3 months. Well...
what do you think they'll do to him, Mr. X?
Oh, plenty, Pagan. He's a 5-time killer. For the other thing he did, I don't know. He stole from men the most precious thing in their lives. Their dreams. The dream of some far-off island where they'd go one day and be happy. And perhaps it may be punishment enough when he finds that even prison can't stop a man from dreaming. But it'll make his dream a nightmare.
Brigadier star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. And now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Ken Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, recently the words suicide ships have appeared in public print. It is a sailor's term for freighters carrying what appears to be harmless cargo, yet often found to be bales and boxes bearing commercial labels, but concealing smuggled ammunition and arms. When, as frequently happens, such criminally dangerous cargoes catch fire, the simplest thing is to accuse the dockers and seamen in foreign ports of planting explosive infernal machines. Such is the background of my story, which John Holbrook will introduce.
Thank you, K7. The suicide ships case first came to Special Agent B9's attention through commercial sources. Underwriters, suspicious of the frequent fires aboard the ships of one particular line, asked him to investigate. The assignment took B9 and his assistant, Rita Drake, to the office of the harbor master of a foreign port.
Oh, come in, Special Agent B9 and Miss Drake. Glad to see both of you again.
Thank you.
You have discovered something since you were here yesterday?
Very little, monsieur. However, thanks to your letter, I'm to start work tomorrow morning as a stevedore. That may give me the lead I want.
Oh, good. I hope you will be successful.
I want to ask you a few more questions. These ships, before giving them clearance papers, do you inspect them?
Why, yes, of course. My men go below and look over the cargo and then examine the ship's papers.
You accept the labels on all cargo as being authentic?
We are forced to, monsieur. I have no right to order cargo open unless I have reason to believe it contains smuggled goods.
I see. Then it's my job to discover whether or not there is smuggling going on.
If you can do that, monsieur, I'll see that it is stopped.
I'm sure you will. Now, about my assistant, Miss Drake. I'm going to need her help, and I want you to make her your secretary.
But Bean... Oh.
If you will take her aboard a few of the ships with you on one of your inspection trips and introduce her, then the captains will allow her to come and go at will. That arrangement will give me a chance to send messages back to you and to K7.
K7? He is also on the case?
He has agreed to help me if I call on him. About Miss Drake.
I will do what you request. I'm going on a trip of inspection in about an hour. She can come with me.
Good. The ship I suspect sails tomorrow. We haven't much time. Rita, I've got several things to do before tomorrow morning. Be careful. Don't take any unnecessary chances.
I won't be none.
And thank you, monsieur. Remember, Rita, it's up to you to keep your eye on my dinner pail. I'll contact you later.
I'll remember.
You are to keep your eye on his dinner pail. That is strange. What did he mean by that?
Why, nothing. Nothing, monsieur. Only that I'm to arrange with a little restaurant near the waterfront to have his lunches sent to him while he's working.
Oh, that is all. I see. Now, if you will wait outside, we will be ready to leave in a few minutes.
The next morning, B9 went to work dressed as a stevedore. He became one of the workmen who wheeled cases and bales up the gangplank and into the hold of the ship. B9 kept a sharp lookout, but he was able to discover nothing. Then he came to a packing case that seemed unusually heavy for its size.
This one is heavy. That's all I can do to move it.
Let one of the other men take that case.
It's all right. I'm putting it on my truck now. I can handle it. He didn't want me to take it. Something funny about this case. It's labeled typewriters. It weighs too much for the number its size would contain. I think this is the packing case I'll drop.
Look out! You're too near the side of the gangplank with that. Look out!
Oh!
You fool. It's broken open. Relda, throw canvas over that. Now, monsieur, you will go aboard ship.
And if I refuse?
If you refuse, you will get a bullet in your back. A bullet like the ones you saw spill out of that case.
You mind if I take my dinner pail?
Take it. You may need it before you get back. Now get aboard. Forward to the bridge. Stop.
Come in. What do you want? You're nearly ready to sail?
This man deliberately dropped a packing case. He wheeled it off the side of the gangplank. It broke open.
I see. It is one of the ones which contained typewriters.
It was labeled typewriters, Captain, but it contained ammunition.
That is most unfortunate for you, B9.
So you know who I am?
Yes. Very well. You see, we were warned. Search him.
He has no gun.
What is that in his hand?
A dinner pail. I opened it when he first started work. It contains only sandwiches.
Lock him in one of the rooms below. Let him have his lunch. It may be the last he eats for a long time.
Come along.
If the girl should come here again, see that she's not allowed aboard.
A few minutes later, the gangplanks were drawn in. The freighter inched away from the dock. As this happened, Rita appeared.
Wait, I've got to come aboard.
Get back, mademoiselle.
I have orders from the harbor master. I've got to give them to the captain.
The harbor master was here a few minutes ago. He left with your friend.
My friend? Who do you mean?
The man with whom you talked when you were here this morning.
I talked with no one.
Well, perhaps I was wrong, mademoiselle. In any event, it does not matter. The ship is gone. Good day, mademoiselle. I hope you find what you are looking for.
As the ship made its way slowly into the harbor, Rita was left alone on the dock. Suddenly, she saw something floating in the oily water.
B9's dinner pail. If I had a stick, I could pull it in. There's one. Now, if I can climb down near the water. It's long enough. It's coming. Now, if only there's a message in it. There it is. Contact K7. Tell him to arrest harbor master. Follow ship down harbor. Stay off port side and watch bridge.
Slowly, the ship made its way through the great harbor. An hour later, it was almost at sea. In a cabin below decks, B9 porthole.
If she got my message, she should be alongside by now. I can't wait much longer. We'll be at sea. Not in sight. I have to take a chance alone. Lucky they didn't examine my dinner pail too closely. I may be able to shoot the lock off this door. It worked. The sound of the ship probably covered the noise. Now to get to the bridge.
B9 made his way cautiously along a passageway. Meanwhile, on the bridge, the captain issued orders.
We're almost out of the harbor. Increase speed ahead.
Aye, aye, sir. Increase speed. Captain, there's a cruiser coming up behind us, sir.
Hand me the glasses.
Here, sir.
It's a girl. I can see her on the cruiser's bridge. Full speed.
Full speed.
Never mind giving the signal, mate.
How did you get up here?
It isn't important how I got here, Captain. Issue orders to heave to.
You can't touch us. We're out of the harbor.
Oh, no, you're not. Heave to, I said. Give the order to the engine room or I'll use this gun. And don't try any tricks. I know engine room signals. Well, what are you waiting for? That shot went over your head. The next one won't.
I'll give the signal. Don't shoot.
Now, see that both of you keep your hands over your heads. You'll have more company in a minute.
Where did you get that gun?
If you had looked for yourself, Captain, you would have found it under the sandwiches in my dinner pail.
B9, we're coming alongside.
All ready for you, Rita. Have your men seize the crew.
What are you going to do with us?
You will both go to prison for a long time.
B9, I make you a proposition. If you will let us
You're
go...
wasting your breath, Captain. Look, the cruiser is coming alongside now. They're boarding us.
B9, where are you?
Up here, on the bridge. Come on up, Rita.
I was afraid we'd be too late.
It was lucky you found my dinner pail floating.
Yes, just after the ship sailed. This captain, he works with the harbor master.
You will have to prove that.
It's already proved. Look, B9, this message came by radio to the cruiser just before we came alongside. Read it.
Harbor master arrested. He is Dmitri Vargan, international crook and munitions smuggler. He has confessed everything. Seized captain of freighter. Captain, this message is signed K7.
Within the last few months, many suicide ships have burned at sea. Many others have been seized in world ports. More of these stories may appear in newspapers, for it is known that certain militaristic nations are employing international crooks and spies to smuggle arms to sympathizers in foreign lands. Every nation must guard against this menace. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, there's your plane, Steve. Warming up.
Look, I don't even know where I'm supposed to go, Rules.
Now, the commissioner said he'd meet us here at the airport.
Steve!
Here he is.
Hi, Commissioner.
I'll go confirm your reservation, Steve.
Okay.
Steve, I'll brief you right here in the car. We haven't a minute to lose.
What's this all about, Commissioner?
You're going to Macau on the China coast. One of our agents is in trouble.
Oh, who is it?
Kurt Allison. As you know, the situation in the Orient is pretty tricky right now. Here, look at this map. There are 3 areas, red, blue, and shaded.
Yeah?
The blue area is already friendly. The shaded area is on the fence. Kurt Allison was sent to negotiate a secret verbal agreement which would bring that shaded area into our camp.
I see.
Somehow the interests opposed to his mission learned his identity and have him bottled up in Macau. If they can prevent him from getting his report to us by next Thursday, then we're licked.
Why doesn't he contact the consul?
On this kind of a mission, Steve, Kurt has no recognition. He's on his own.
Uh-huh. Any idea where Kurt is in Macau?
He was supposed to register at the Hotel Splendide under an assumed name. You've got to find him and get him out of the country by Thursday.
Sounds like quite an order. Any line on the representatives of the opposition?
We only know that one of them walks with a limp. When you get to Macau, go to the White Jade Cafe. You'll be contacted there.
White Jade. Okay.
Steve, I don't need to tell you the opposition won't pull any punches.
Yeah. Sounds like a nice keg of nails you've opened for me.
It is, but we're depending on you, Steve. Find Allison and smuggle him out of Macau by Thursday. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places in the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Yeah, that was my assignment. Go to a steamy, brawling port on the China coast and find an agent in trouble. A cinch. Well, it was Tuesday when I got to Macau. I rode a rickshaw down a narrow, crooked street and wondered what knife was coming my way out of what window, and then I got to the Splendide Hotel. Only splendid thing about it was the name. I expected nothing, and I got worse. But the clerk in the lobby was busting out all over with civic pride.
Welcome to the Splendid Hotel, sir. Will you sign the register, please?
Okay.
Allow me to congratulate you on your choice, sir. This is the finest hotel in Macau.
Yeah? Well, there you are.
Mr. Steve Mitchell, United States. Are you on vacation, Mr. Mitchell?
Not exactly. I'm a newspaper correspondent. Say, incidentally, where's the White Jade Cafe?
Oh, just down the street, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, better go take a look at my room.
The bellboy will take you there.
Right this way, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir? That man who just registered here, the one who asked about the White Jade.
Oh, you mean Mr. Steve Mitchell?
Steve Mitchell from the United States?
Yes. Would you like me to announce you?
No.
But you...
I am a friend of Steve Mitchell's. I want to surprise him a little later. Thank you.
Yes, sir. This your room, sir. You like?
Oh, just great. On a clear day, I'll bet you can see the other wall.
Oh, yes, sir. Will there be anything else?
No, thanks. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Steve?
Kurt Allison.
I saw you come in the hotel from my window, Steve.
Where are you?
Room 33, 2 floors above you. Look, I'm really in a spot, Steve. They've blocked every exit. They've got me bottled up and a man in the room next to me keeping an eye on me. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you've got to get me out of Macau, Steve. Wait.
What's the matter, Kurt?
There's someone at the door.
You got a gun?
Yeah.
I'll be right up. Stall him till I get there.
Okay. Who is it?
Marco, the man who's being paid to watch you.
What?
Let me in. I have something important to say to you.
Okay. Just stand still a minute.
I'm unarmed. Put your gun away. I want to talk business.
Okay, go ahead and talk.
The people who hired me are not paying me much. Perhaps if you were to offer more, I could show you how to get out of Macau and make your report by Thursday. Are you interested?
I don't know.
Batik!
Allison, drop your gun. So, Marco, you would betray us.
No!
Hey! Allison!
Batik!
Allison, come back! Allison!
Kurt, where are you? Hey, who are you?
Marco.
Look, where's the American?
He...
What is it? What has happened? Oh, it is Mr. Marco.
It was Mr. Marco. Who was he, anyway?
He was staying in the next room next door. Where is the American who had this room?
I wish I knew.
Wait, the window is broken.
Yeah, blood on the sill.
The American who killed Marco went out the window and down the fire escape.
Now, look.
This is a matter for the police.
Well, at that point, I could see all the threads in the fabric, but I had a strong hunch one of them was around Kurt's neck, one was around mine, and someone was pulling on the middle. Kurt had disappeared from his room, leaving a dead man behind. That meant the police would be turning the town upside down to find him. It also meant his mission would go out the window unless I found him first. My job was getting easier by the minute. All I had to do now was to smuggle a murder suspect out of the country. And I knew that the opposition, whoever they were, would be out to prevent that.
Bartik, so you are back. You fool, you should have made sure that Allison was dead.
I shot at him as he was diving out the window, but I knew I hit him.
Melanie, close the door.
Yes, Sigrist.
The fact remains, Bartik, that Allison was gone when the police arrived.
I know he was wounded. He could not have gotten far.
We must find Allison. We do not have much time.
What do you mean?
This American, Steve Mitchell. He must have been sent to Macau to help good Allison. We know that their point of contact is right here at the White Jade. If Steve Mitchell turns up here at the White Jade Cafe, Melanie will contact him. Then we will know for sure that he is the one.
And then it is very simple, Sigrist. When we are sure he is the one, Bartik will kill him.
What would you like, sir?
Well, Oh, an American, huh?
Nah, Brooklyn.
Give me a scotch and soda.
Oh, yes, sir.
Quite a place you've got here.
Oh, sure. We have almost everything here at the White Jade. There is a roulette wheel upstairs. A beauty.
And a piano player downstairs.
A beauty. Yeah. Everyone notices Melanie. But right now, Mac, Melanie seems to be noticing you.
So I see, Joe.
Oh, here you are, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Nice.
The piano?
Well, that's nice, too.
I was hoping you would come over.
Well, I couldn't very well turn down your invitation. You play well.
Thank you. You are Steve Mitchell.
Why, yeah.
You seem surprised that I know your name. Were you not told you would be contacted here at the White Jade by one who could help you?
Keep talking.
I am the one.
Oh?
You are looking for Kurt Allison.
Am I? Where is he?
I do not know. He disappeared right after the man from the next room was killed.
Well, you haven't told me anything I don't know yet.
I think I know where he might be, Steve.
Where?
Come. Let us walk around. I can pretend to be showing you the roulette wheel upstairs.
Lead the way. Did you see Allison before he disappeared?
Yes. I was working with him.
He really got himself into a spot, didn't he? Red hair and all.
Yes, and he was pretty nervous about it. As you know, he registered at the hotel under an assumed name. But when he was here the night before last, a girl walked in and recognized him. She called him by his right name. He hurried her out of here at once.
Any idea who the girl is?
Yes, she is an American girl, and her name is Helen.
Hey, Melanie.
Yes?
A message for you.
Oh? Excuse me, Steve. I will be back in a moment. Why don't you try your luck at roulette while I am gone?
That's an idea. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're crowding me, sir.
I didn't intend to, sir.
I did.
What?
You're Steve Mitchell, are you not?
Yeah. Why?
My name is Casca. I was instructed to contact you here at the White Jade.
Oh, that's very interesting.
You're looking for Kurt Allison?
You know where he is?
No, but I'm supposed to help you find him.
You know, this has a sort of a familiar ring to it. But I think maybe you're a little late.
I do not understand.
Oh, skip it. So you've been working with Kurt Allison, huh?
Yes, up until the time he disappeared. I hope nothing has happened to him. He's a fine man.
Yeah. Red hair and all.
Why, I thought he had brown hair. He must have dyed it.
Yeah, he must have. Look, I don't think it's such a hot idea for you and I to be standing here talking.
Yes, perhaps you are right. Here is my address. You can contact me there.
Okay, yeah. I'll get in touch with you if I need you.
Steve!
Coming.
Oh, Steve, I have found out where this American girl Helen lives.
Good. Maybe Allison is hiding out there. Come on.
The girl's apartment should be just down the street, Steve.
Good. Hey, what's that up ahead?
Oh, it is just a street carnival.
Yeah. Sure packs in the crowds, doesn't it?
Yes, it is a traveling carnival. But it always lures many people wherever it goes.
It should. They really got the complete treatment. Sword swallowers, fakers, look, even a Ferris wheel.
Yes. Well, here we are, Steve. According to my information, this girl's apartment is on the first floor.
Hey, you know, that sounds familiar. Good old American blues. That music must be coming from her apartment.
Sounds like it's down at this end of the hall. Come on.
Here, this must be the one. Helen? Helen? Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
Yes. The record. Why does she not take the needle off?
Helen? I've got a hunch Helen can't take that needle off the record. Stand back, Milani. Look out now.
Once more, Steve. Hey, look.
Yeah.
Steve, that is the American girl.
Well, this record is ended. And so is hers.
Come in, Melanie, and close the door.
Yes.
So, Steve Mitchell has accepted you as his contact, huh?
Completely, Segrist.
Good.
Segrist, we know that Steve Mitchell was sent here to help Allison. Why do we not kill Mitchell before?
Bartek, you're a stupid fool. We tried to make that American girl, Helen, tell us where Allison was, and we failed.
You were too persuasive with the girl, Bartek. She died.
I was acting under your order, Segrist.
That is unimportant, Bartek. The point is that since we cannot find Allison, we will let Steve Mitchell find him for us. The message we found in Helen's apartment from Allison to Mitchell will see to that.
But we read the message and it meant nothing to us.
It means something to Steve Mitchell.
Of course, Melanie. It tells him where Allison is hiding. That is why we had you take him to Helen's apartment to be sure he would find the message. Stay with Mitchell, Melanie. And when he leads us to Kurt Allison, we will kill them both.
Commissioner, it's Steve calling in from Macau. He's on the phone now.
Good, thanks. Hello?
Hello, Commissioner.
What's the matter?
I I just came from a dead girl's apartment.
What?
You know, Commissioner, when you told me I'd be contacted at the White Jade here in Macau, you weren't kidding.
What do you mean?
I was contacted twice.
What?
Yeah, by a girl named Milani and a guy named Chaska. They both gave me the same story.
You know which of them is the legitimate contact?
I think so. Look, Kurt left a message for me.
What'd the message say?
First and second rules of concealment.
Oh.
Kurt taught me most of what I know about this business, Commissioner. According to him, if you've got to hide, you should choose a place near a crowd. So if you have to run, you can lose yourself in the crowd.
That's probably the first rule of concealment. What about the second?
He said you should always hide in the vicinity of a friendly contact. But the only contact Kurt had was an American girl, Helen. She's dead. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
I think I've got it. It's just a hunch, but I'm going to try. I'll keep you posted.
Welcome to my humble carnival, sir.
You the proprietor?
Oh, yes. I am Dalai. At your service. You seem interested in the carnival. I notice you have been looking it over.
Yeah, I've looked it all over except this Ferris wheel of yours here. How about a ride on it?
Oh, I am so sorry, sir. But you see the sign, it is out of order.
So I see. I also remember it was out of order when I came by here a couple of hours ago on the way to a girl's apartment.
Oh, it takes time to make repairs.
Yeah, let's see if that engine will operate, huh?
Oh, but I have just told you, sir, it is out of order.
Yeah, I know, but let's give it a try. I'd like to take a look in some of those baskets on the wheel.
Oh, no, sir.
Hey, where'd that come from?
I do not know, sir.
It came from one of those baskets on the wheel. Start that engine.
But I tell you, sir, I was...
All right, Dalai. He's a friend. Do as he says.
Very well, sir. He is the one just over our head. This one.
Okay, that's far enough. Kurt?
Hi, Steve.
You all right?
I collected a bullet in my leg.
Did you kill Marco?
No. One of their other agents got both of us.
Why didn't you come to my room to hide?
Well, I knew the police would search the hotels, so I went to Helen's apartment. I left you a message.
I found it, Kurt. Near Helen's body.
Oh. Well, she was trying to help me, Steve.
Oh, sir. There's a policeman approaching.
Get down, Kurt. Delay, start that engine.
Oh, yes, sir.
You are Mr. Steve Mitchell?
Yeah. Why?
Permit me. I'm Lieutenant Neves of the Macau Police.
Ah, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
You seem to be interested in a murder which took place at the Hotel Splendide. A man named Marco.
Oh?
Perhaps you are a newspaper correspondent, as you told the hotel clerk. Perhaps you are an accomplice of the American who disappeared after the killing.
You think the American killed Marco?
His disappearance would seem to be proof of his guilt. I am not here to discuss the merits of our case against the American, Mr. Mitchell. I'm here to warn you not to interfere with the police.
I'll remember that. I hope you find the killer, Lieutenant Neves.
Thank you. Incidentally, who operates this Ferris wheel?
Why, I do, Lieutenant. Why?
You're not a very good businessman. The wheel operates, but you still have the out-of-order sign posted.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. You see, I have just repaired the wheel and am now testing it.
Good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Good night, Lieutenant. That was close, Delay.
Oh, indeed it was, sir.
Stop the wheel, Delay. Look, I'd better be getting along. You tell Mr. Allison I'll come back here after the carnival closes and move him to another hiding place. I went down to the waterfront. I found me a rusty old tramp steamer. I made a little deal with the skipper, shoved a few bills into his receptive hand. I didn't know whether the plan I'd cooked up would work or not, but I had to give it a try. Melanie was sitting at her piano when I got back to the White Jade.
I was beginning to think you had forgotten me.
Well, I had a couple of errands to do, and when you're not sure who you can trust, they take a little longer.
We must be very careful, Steve.
Yeah. Well, I finally found Kurt Allison.
You did? Where is he?
He's in a safe enough place for the time being, but I've got to get him out of Macau in a hurry. I think I know how to do it.
How?
I want to buy a lot of curios around town.
Curios?
Yeah, enough to fill about 3 large crates, each crate about 6 feet long.
Yes. Yes, I see.
I've already made a deal with the captain of a tramp steamer.
What kind of a deal?
Well, for enough dough, he's not going to pay too much attention to what comes out of one of those crates after he gets to sea.
Sounds like a good plan, Steve. I hope it works. When will you try it?
I'll be down on the dock with the crates at 9 tomorrow morning. Wish me luck?
I do. With all my heart. Here. That is for luck.
Much better than carrying a horseshoe around with me.
Oh, Steve. Steve, this has been so wonderful, our working together.
This is work?
Maybe after your job is finished.
Yeah, maybe. And it should be finished soon, by 9 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, Chaska, get out your muscles. Let's get these crates unloaded onto the pier.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, we'll take this one first. You got it?
Yes.
Here we go. Easy now.
This crate is very heavy, sir.
Yeah. Okay, set it down here. Got it. Now the next one. Got a hold?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, this one is not nearly as heavy as the first.
No, easy. Oh, here comes trouble.
Ah, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, my old friend, Lieutenant Nevis.
Stand right where you are. Do not move, either of you.
Huh? What is the matter, Lieutenant?
Who are you?
Right. My name is Casca. Mr. Mitchell hired me to drive this truck.
I see. Well, Mr. Mitchell, you did not heed the warning I gave you last night not to interfere with the police.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
Kami, Sita, tear those 3 crates apart.
Hey, you can't do that.
No.
Hey, stop him. Cut it out, would you?
Stand back, Mitchell. Stand back.
But I tell you that...
We have definite information that Mr. Allison is in one of these crates. You are trying to smuggle him out of the country.
Oh, look.
You will regret this deeply, Mr. Mitchell.
Look, Lieutenant. There you are. You can see there's nothing inside but curios.
There are 2 other crates, Mr. Mitchell. Faster, Kami.
But that's all there is in the other crates, too.
Your bluff will not work. He's not in the second crate either, And he must be in the third.
Look, you're making a mistake, Nevis.
Because you have made the mistake. A big mistake. There. The third crate is open. Now we shall see what... Why, there are nothing but curios in that crate either.
You know, that's what I've been trying to tell you for the last 5 minutes, Lieutenant.
But I do not understand.
Well, the next time you better check a little closer before you go around busting up people's crates.
I must apologize for my action.
Yeah, okay. Chaska.
Hi, yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Take all this stuff back to the warehouse. It'll have to be recrated. Well, so long, Lieutenant.
Steve, I did not expect you back from the waterfront so soon. I'm having a silver fizz. Will you join me?
No thanks, Milani.
How did things go this morning at the dock?
Not so hot. The police swooped down on me.
The what?
That surprise you?
What? Well, yes, of course. How could they have found out about your plan?
I don't know. Unless you could have told them.
Me? Oh, Steve, you're joking.
Yeah? Well, looks like our little partnership has come to an end, Milani. So long.
But, Steve,
Mitchell, stay right where you are.
I was told in the States that a man with a limp was in on the deal. You must be the boy.
Milani, Kurt Allison was not in any of those crates.
What?
Surprise, huh? It was a little test, Milani. You flunked it.
Where is Sigrid?
Right here, Melanie. Mr. Mitchell, you are a very clever man.
Thanks. I presume you're the head man of this unholy 3.
Your presumption is correct. Yes, you are clever, but your cleverness has its limits.
What do you mean?
You know where Kurt Allison is hiding, and at present you are our guest. Therefore, we shall shortly know where Kurt Allison is hiding. Bartek the knife.
Wait a minute.
Stand still, Mitchell.
Hey, could you ease up a little bit on that knife?
You are a brave man, Mitchell. But even the bravest of men does not relish the entrance of a knife into the stomach.
Look, Seeger.
Unless you agree to take us to Kurt Allison. At the count of 3, Bartek will bury his knife in you.
No.
1. A little deeper, Bartek. 2.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Looks like I don't have much choice.
A very intelligent observation.
Allison's wounded. He's in a room near the waterfront.
Take us to him at once.
All right. Let's go.
Which room is Allison in, Mitchell?
This one.
Is he armed?
No, he's in bed, helpless.
No, you are depressed. Well, in this business, one learns that betrayal is better than death.
Yeah, I guess so. Incidentally, speaking of death, why did you people kill that guy in Allison's room?
We placed Marco in that room to watch Allison, but he betrayed us.
Open the door, Bartek.
Yes.
After you, Mitchell.
Okay. Well, there he is, in the bed.
Is he asleep?
Or unconscious.
I will take a look. Wait, this is not an American.
Okay, Chaska.
Yes. It is a trap.
Chaska, take cigarettes. I'll get Bartek.
Let go of me.
Give me the knife. That won't do you much good. No!
Stand still, Sigris. One move and I'll blow your head apart.
Wait, Sigris, I help.
Not so fast, Milani.
You let me go.
Sit down. Sit down.
You still have not won. You cannot get Kurt Allison past our men who are guarding every exit.
You're a little late, Milani.
What?
Kurt is already safely out to sea.
He what?
Yeah. By now, he's probably made his report to the commissioner by radio. And when Lieutenant Nevis finds out that Kurt Allison saw Bartek kill Marco, I don't think he'll be interested in Kurt anymore.
I don't understand what...
That deal with the crates was more than just a trick to expose you, Milani. I figured if the police found nothing in the crates the first time they came through, they wouldn't bother with them the second time.
I took the crates back to the warehouse. Allison got into one of them there.
Stevie.
You know, I had you pegged quite a while, Milani. You told me you'd been working with Kurt Allison, but you didn't react at all when I said Kurt had red hair. Chaska reacted, though. He said Kurt had brown hair. You know something? He was right.
Then all this time you knew...
I just went along with the gag. As a matter of fact, I needed you to set things up for me with the crates. And after all, you wanted to help me so badly, Milani. I decided the only decent thing would be to let you.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Here's more good news for mystery fans. Every Sunday, you'll hear action-packed stories to sharpen your wits when, over most of these same stations, NBC brings you High Adventure, Richard Diamond, Christopher London, and Sam Spade. During these stellar shows, you'll hear mystery and intrigue, adventure and high-tension drama to match your powers of observation against the best in detective fiction in solving crimes and unraveling intrigue. There's fast-moving action to lift you from beside your radio and transplant you into the romantic land of mystery and adventure. These 4 Sunday shows, High Adventure, Richard Diamond, Christopher London, and Sam Spade, are tops in thrills. So be sure to tune to your favorite NBC station for the best mystery and adventure programs. Tomorrow, Bob Hope presents the Look Achievement Awards on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor.
No other cigarette gives you this convincing proof of mildness.
In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of people with normal throats smoked only Camels for 30 days.
Noted throat specialists examine the throats of those smokers every week and reported
not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. See how well Camels agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, your plight is our delight.
Helen Asher speaking, a gal alone with just a phone.
Oh, clever, Helen, clever.
Thank you, sir. After all, you're not the only one who can make up corny slogans.
Easy, girl. You're crowding me.
Of course, I just might give up my slogans if you were on time for dinner tonight.
Well, that's the deal. I can't stand competition.
Seriously, Rick, I have a surprise for you tonight.
Oh? You inviting a preacher for dinner, maybe?
No, nothing like that. But I'm fixing the whole dinner myself, from soup to salad.
Oh, great Scott. $4 million and she can cook, too.
Well, you just remember to go easy on lunch. I want you to have an appetite by the time you get here.
Helen, I couldn't think of eating anything that would spoil my appetite. Besides, the automat won't take slugs anymore. Well, I do believe little old me has a little old client.
Must be mail. I don't hear your fangs clicking.
Oh, dear, you're so astute. Bye.
Bye.
You, Diamond?
That's right.
Well, what do you know? Odds were 10 to 1 I'd find you in.
You don't say.
Yeah, now get your hat, pal. It's 45 puts the odds in my favor. Now get up.
What are the odds on finding out what this is all about?
100 to 1 right now. You'll find out soon enough, though. Now come on. And Diamond, don't try no tricks. You do when it's even money, you'll be a dead man.
Well, some people collect stamps. Me, I collect strange visitors. And the character who led me downstairs to his car was one of the strangest I'd seen all week. He wore a loud check vest, purple sports coat, and bright yellow slacks. And every time he opened his mouth, he gave odds on something or other. We drove through town, finally pulled up in front of a ritzy apartment house. He led me back to an apartment on the first floor.
Hold it. This is it. Inside, Diamond. That's fair enough. Hey, Janet! Janet!
I'm right here, Freddie. You don't have to...
I told you it was 4 to 1. I could bring him here.
Oh, you win the bet, Freddie. Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hello. Fred, if you'd told me she was going to be here, you wouldn't have needed odds.
Oh, that's very sweet.
I'm a very sweet guy, especially with a gun in my back.
You can put it away now, Freddie, and take a walk. I want to speak to Mr. Diamond alone.
Oh.
Freddie!
Okay. Only the odds are 3 to 1 I should stick around.
Mr. Diamond, I need your help. I suggested this to Freddie, and he said he'd bring you. I had no idea he'd force you to come.
Well, skip the apologies, honey. Just why do you need my help?
My name is Janet Collins. My brother is Bert Collins. Does that name mean anything to you?
It all depends. There was a Bert Collins sentenced to the electric chair a few months ago. Same one?
Yes, but he isn't guilty, Mr. Diamond. Bert was convicted of murdering a bookie, but he didn't. He tried to tell his story in court, but they wouldn't believe him.
And I take it you want to tell me his story now.
Exactly.
Well, I'm listening.
Bert went into the pool room to see this bookie about a loan. While he was talking to him, a stranger came in and shot the bookie. Said something about getting even. And the stranger dropped the gun and ran.
And, what did Bert do all this time?
Well, he was stunned. He bent over the body and picked up the gun just as the police rushed in. It looked like he did it. Only he's innocent, Mr. Diamond.
Honey, as I remember it, your brother had a fair trial. 12 men disagree with you about his guilt.
I know that. But there's one man who can prove he told the truth.
Oh? Well, keep talking.
There was a witness to the murder. A little racketeer named Tony Garibaldi was in the pool room when it happened. He saw the stranger come in and kill the bookie.
Why didn't this come out at the trial?
Because we couldn't find Tony.
We?
Freddie, Bert's lawyer, and myself. We have witnesses who swear they saw Tony enter the pool room and rush out after the shooting.
But you haven't got Tony.
No, and he's the only one who can prove Bert is innocent. Unless we find Tony by tomorrow, it'll be too late. Please take the case, Mr. Diamond. Find Tony Garibaldi.
Well, I can give it a try. This is a big city, though. Tony could be hiding anywhere.
I know it's a hard job, but I'll pay the usual fee, and I'll be very grateful, Mr. Diamond. Very grateful.
Mm-hmm. Well, save the gratitude for later, dear, after we find Tony Garibaldi. Oh, Diamond. A pretty face, a sob story, and you get into the screwiest cases. Find a cheap racketeer out of 7 million people. I wonder what kind of odds Freddie would have given me on that. I caught a cab back to my office, picked up my card, then drove down to the 5th Precinct. I was hoping Lieutenant Walt Levinson could give me some lead on Tony Garibaldi.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Diamond.
Mr. Diamond? Wow, so formal.
New policy. Commissioner decided we were getting too lax here at the 5th Precinct. Henceforth, we are to treat visitors with dignity and respect.
You don't say.
Yeah, and stop grinning. What do you want down here, anyway?
Oh, I'm working on a case. You remember Bert Collins?
And how? Grilled him after he was arrested. Tough boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm working to spring him.
Yeah, he was one of the... What? Are you crazy? Collins gets the chair tomorrow night.
I know, but his sister says he's innocent.
And you believed her?
I don't know. She wants me to find a punk named Tony Garibaldi. Says Tony witnessed the murder and can prove Bert didn't do it.
Oh, yeah, I remember. That's what Bert told us. We tried to locate Tony, but he's dropped out of circulation.
You think Tony really saw the murder?
Who knows? Guy next door to the pool room said he saw Tony enter and come out later after the shots. Look, Rick, there's no doubt that Bert did it. The patrolman on the beat rushed in, found him standing over the body with a gun in his hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, then why is Tony hiding? And why would Bert's sister want me to find Tony unless he was sure he could free her brother?
All I know is we had all the evidence against Bert that we needed. He tried to borrow money from the bookie. Bookie refused. They had a fight. Bert shot him open and shut case.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, Walt. I'm still going looking for Tony Garibaldi. Any leads on him?
Yeah, I'm afraid not. Chances are some of the petty rackets might know where he is. Tony's worked all the cheap rackets, got a lot of friends.
Well, I guess I start covering the petty rackets then, huh?
Yeah, good luck, Rick. If Bert is innocent, I'd hate to see him burn.
Well, if I find Tony, I'll bring him into you here.
I'm glad you said if. If you find Tony and if he can clear Bert Collins.
That's right, Fatty. If. New York is a big city, and like any big city, it has a lot of rackets. Everything from fake panhandlers to phony insurance salesmen. But someone in these rackets might know where I could find Tony Garibaldi. So I began checking. One racket after another, charity rackets, used car rackets, everything. Yeah, a lot of people knew Tony, but they hadn't seen him in months, or so they said. It was late afternoon by the time I pulled up in front of Sneezy Williams' apartment. A few years back, Sneezy had organized every pickpocket in town, formed a sort of a union. There was a chance he might know Tony's whereabouts. I got out of my car and started for his apartment.
Don't turn around, Diamond.
It couldn't be your finger sticking in my back, could it, friend?
No, it couldn't be. Walk toward that alley, Diamond, or I'll put a hole right through you.
That's a pleasant thought. Now, pal, if this is a stick-up, you're in for a disappointment. The only green stuff in my wallet is moss.
Shut up and don't turn around. That's far enough. Diamond, I hear you've been looking for me.
No. You're Garibaldi?
Shut up. I'll do the talking, Diamond. I don't know what your angle is in this or why you're after me, but I want you to lay off.
Well, why are you hiding, Tony? What are you afraid of?
Never mind that. Now, look, I've heard you're a right guy. I hate to do this, but you got to understand I'm not kidding. Keep away from her, or next time you won't get off so easy.
Tony, listen to me.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Listen to this report by leading throat specialists.
After making more than 2,000 weekly examinations of hundreds of smokers from coast to coast, smokers with normal throats who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported
not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
That's proof of mildness. Proof offered by no other cigarette.
Start your own 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days.
You'll soon see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
You'll see how well Camels agree with your throat. Pack after pack, week after week.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I was looking for a little racketeer named Tony Garibaldi. Only instead of finding him, Tony found me. And he left a bump on my head as a not-too-gentle reminder that he didn't appreciate me searching for him. But now I was even more determined to find him for two good reasons. One, he might save Bert Collins from the chair. And two, I wanted to repay him for that crack on the head with interest. After I'd come to in the alley, I went to a cafe on the corner, smoked 4 Camels, had 2 cups of coffee, and washed my face. I felt much better as I walked back up the street to Sneezy Williams' apartment. I climbed the stairs and knocked on Sneezy's door. When the door opened, Sneezy stood there, his face screwed up like he'd just bitten into an unripe persimmon, then... Relief spread over his pudgy features, and he held out his hand.
Ricky Diamond. Long time no see.
How are you, Sneezy?
Bad, Ricky. Awful bad. Come on in.
Well, thanks. Ooh, what's that smell?
Fumes. From my vaporizer over there on the table. I gotta breathe them. It clears up my head.
Oh. I hear you've gone up in the world, Sneezy. Pickpocket union, huh?
Diamond, please, don't use that word pickpocket. In the trade, we call them cannons.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
A common mistake. Yeah, I organize the boys. It keeps them out of each other's territory, and I get a percentage of all their takes.
Well, that explains the fancy apartment.
Uh-huh. Only what good's dough when you're a sick man like me? I got a cold all year round. I've been under a mustard plaster so long I feel like a hot dog. What brings you here, Ricky?
I'm looking for a man, Sneezy. Thought you might know where I could find him.
Well, it all depends. Come on, let's sit over here by the vaporizer. I gotta sniff those fumes. Who you after, Rick?
Guy by the name of Tony Garibaldi.
Tony, huh?
You know him?
Oh, sure. Worked for me a few years back. I haven't seen him lately, though.
Where was he living when you knew him, Sneezy?
Now, let's see. Excuse me a sec. Ooh, them fumes feel good.
About Tony.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I should know it. Sure. He lived with his mother. Yeah, that's a nice old lady. I've been over there a few times.
Over where, Sneezy? What's the address?
The address? Ooh, them fumes. You know, these vaporizers come pretty high these days. This one set me back $10.
All right, Sneezy. Here's $10.
Vicky, you are a kindred soul.
Just make with the address, Sneezy.
Yeah, the old lady runs a dry cleaning shop over on 79th and 3rd. Right on the corner. You can't miss it. Ooh, them foo. Ooh.
Gesundheit. That last one must have registered on the Caltech seismograph. I left Sneezy with another Gesundheit and went out the door before he blew me out. Then I went to my car, drove across town to the cleaning shop on 79th and 3rd. Inside, I found a tired-looking old lady marking clothes.
Yes? You have come for clothes?
No, Mrs. Garibaldi, I'm looking for your son.
Tony?
Tony.
What is it you want with him?
I'd like to talk to her.
You're from the police?
Well, indirectly, yes.
Go away.
Now, Mrs. Garibaldi...
Go away. You're not dressed like a policeman. You're not from the police. You wish to harm my Tony. Go away.
Mrs. Garibaldi, your son's in a lot of trouble. He might be able to save an innocent man from dying. I intend to find him.
Tony is in trouble, yes, I know. He comes here months ago, tells me he must hide. He does not tell me why. Why must Tony hide from men like you? Why?
Your son witnessed a murder.
This is a crime?
No, but Tony ran away. Now, if he tells what he really saw, perhaps an innocent man will go free.
Tony is a good boy. He would not wish harm to innocent man.
Perhaps Tony's afraid, Mrs. Garibaldi. Afraid some harm will come to him if he tells the truth.
Is this true?
No, the police will protect your son. But they can't protect him if they don't know where he is. He's in more danger now.
How do I know you speak the truth? You're not from the police. I know you're not harmed Tony yourself.
You can check with the police. Lieutenant Levinson, 5th Precinct. He'll vouch for me.
Oh, I do not know. You would not tell me to check unless you spoke the truth. But I do not know.
Where's Tony living, Mrs. Garibaldi?
Tony says I'm not to tell anyone.
Your son's afraid. People in fear don't think clearly. Now, where's Tony?
Tony's a good boy. There's no God he must hide.
Where is he?
Tony must hide no more. Tony must tell the truth. If I do wrong, may I be forgiven, but I will tell you where Tony hides.
Mrs. Garibaldi wrote the address on a slip of paper. I called Janet Collins and asked her to meet me at Tony's hideout. Together, we might be able to persuade him to tell the truth about the murder. When I got to Tony's rooming house, Janet hadn't arrived yet, so I went up alone. And after 5 flights, I didn't bother to knock.
What?
Hello, Tony.
Diamonds.
Yeah. Now, punk, we'll have a little talk.
You get out of here. Leave me alone.
Now, stay right there, Tony. I've got the gun this time. And I'm itching to pay you back for that wallop in the alley.
I had to do that, Diamond. You don't understand.
Well, then suppose you enlighten me. Who are you hiding from?
You know as well as I do. They hired you to find me, didn't they?
It all depends. Who do you mean by they?
Colin's sister Janet and that Freddie character. They hired you, didn't they?
That's right. To find a chicken-hearted punk who might be able to save Bert Collins from the chair. You're quite a guy, Tony. Let Bert die because you're afraid you'll risk your own neck.
Oh, come off it, Mr. Diamond. You must know why they want me. Sure, I was in the pool room the night of the murder. That's why I gotta hide.
I don't follow you, Tony. Now, who was it you saw?
You're trying to tell me you don't know.
I never ask questions if I know the answers.
Okay, then here's your answer. Sure, I seen the killer. It was Bert Collins.
What?
I was at a back table. Bert come in. He didn't see me. And after the shots, I got out of there fast.
You're lying, Tony. Why are you hiding if Bert really did it? He's been convicted. He can't harm you.
No, but his sister and that Freddie guy can. After the murder, they got in touch with me. Told me I had to swear I saw a stranger come in and kill the bookie. They told me I had to swear Bert didn't do it.
So that's why you ran?
Sure, I didn't want to get in trouble with the law. But if I didn't lie, I'd be killed, so I hid out.
Tony, if what you say is true, I'm the biggest stoop in town.
You gotta believe me, Mr. Diamond. I swear I tell the truth. And please don't tell them where I'm hiding, please.
It's too late for that, Tony. They already know.
What?
Yeah, come on. Let's get out of here. We'll get you to a safer place, then we'll have...
Hold it right there, kiddies. Odds of 5 to 1, I'll pull a trigger.
Well. Yellow vest, purple sports coat, and gray gun. Freddie, you're a regular Technicolor nightmare.
Better drop your gun, Diamond.
Hello, Janet.
Drop it.
That's a sweet little boy.
You believe me now, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Tony, only don't rub it in.
Diamond, I'm sorry this has to be. I wanted you to find Tony, but I wish you hadn't talked to him.
Oh, Janet, you're a dreamer. This won't work. Even if Tony does swear Bert's innocent, the police will break his story. Your brother dies in the chair tomorrow night, and a lie can't save him.
We'll see about that. It's a chance anyway.
Well, what about it, Tony? You gonna let him take you downtown and lie for them?
Well, I don't know.
I know Tony, Diamond. Don't try and fill him with false bravado. He knows what Freddie'll do with him. Unless he does exactly what we tell him. Don't you, Tony?
Yeah, kid, you know. And the odds are 50-1 you'll say just what we want you to say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Diamond. I guess I gotta do what they want.
Oh, don't be a fool, Tony.
Shut up, Diamond. You've talked enough.
Freddie, I'll leave you here with Diamond. Tony and I'll wait in the car. Don't be long. Come on, Tony.
Diamond,
Now then, Diamond. Just you and me.
You make the most brilliant statements, Freddie.
Yeah, and the odds are... Hey, keep your hands out of your pocket.
Oh, take it easy, Freddie. There couldn't be a gun in this pocket. Just got a $50. See?
What's the idea?
Well, Freddie, old boy, the way I see it, I'm about to be shot.
That's even money, all right.
Well, I can't figure out whether to die a hero trying to rush you or just stand here and wait for you to shoot.
Huh?
Now, either way, I die, so I might as well decide which way I want it. Thought I might flip a coin.
Diamond, you must be a little off, huh?
Oh, Freddie, I didn't admit it before, but you see, I'm crazy about gambling, too, just like you.
Yeah?
Sure. You can appreciate a sportsman wanting to go out like this, to die on a gamble.
I don't know.
Oh, Freddie, relax. Either way, I die. Now, I'll flip the coin 2 out of 3. Heads, I die rushing you. Tails, I wait for you to shoot.
It is sort of interesting.
Well, here we go. Up. There. Tails.
You're right.
2 out of 3. Up.
What is it?
Heads.
Well, go on. This one tells the tale.
Yeah, Freddie, this one tells the tale. I held the coin against my thumb. Freddie was interested now. He was the type who liked any kind of a bet, and in this one, the odds were all in his favor. But I always did like long shots. I flipped the coin high. Only this time, I didn't catch it. I let it fall to the floor, and Freddie's eyes followed it. This was what I needed. I threw him off balance, and the gun went clattering to the floor. Then my right hand plowed into a yellow vest, and my left hand followed through. And that took care of Freddie. But there was still Janet outside with Tony in the car. I stripped Freddie of his purple sport coat, put it on, and went downstairs. Outside, I saw Janet and Tony in a blue sedan parked at the curb. I lowered my head and went around to Janet's side as fast as I could.
Get in the other side, Freddie. Diamond.
No, take it easy, honey.
Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, just relax now. You'll go somewhere in a minute. Tony.
Yeah?
Run down to the corner and get the cop of the beat to take care of our little friends, will you? And make it snappy. I got a date at 7 o'clock. I wonder how Helen will like me in a purple sport jacket. I beg your pardon, Helen, dear?
I said,
Well, that's what I thought you said. Now, dear, please stop staring at me. It makes me self-conscious.
Oh, I just can't help it, Rick. I don't think it's right for a woman to tell a man how to dress.
I agree.
Only sometimes. Well, that purple sport jacket.
I was wondering when you'd notice it.
Well, I noticed it when you first came in. I'm just getting over the shock.
Oh, I knew you'd like it, dear. Wait until you see my red, white, and blue slacks. I'm saving them for Lincoln's birthday.
Oh, now, Rick, what's come over you?
Personality, dear. Now settle back and listen to your colorful boyfriend sing a sweet song.
Oh, what a way to spend an evening. A purple coat, a piano, and a private detective. And I'm the gal who graduated from Vassar.
And so to sleep again, as if I'll ever sleep again. These restless nights go on, away from you. And so to dream again, as if I'll ever dream again. My darling, since you're gone, my dreams are through. No other arms can ease this ache within my heart. No other lips can kiss away these tears that start. And so to sleep again, as if I'll ever sleep again, as if I'll ever love again anyone but you.
That was very nice.
Thank you.
Only I'm surprised you didn't sing a louder tune to go with your clothes.
Oh, Helen, from your tone, one would think you didn't approve of my new apparel.
Yes, one would, wouldn't one? One would also... No, Rick. Rick. Rick.
Yes, dear.
More.
Well, I'll be romantic tonight.
Romantic, nothing. As long as you wear that jacket, I'd rather keep my eyes closed. Come here.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
When that question was asked of doctors from coast to coast, doctors in all branches of medicine, the brand name most was Camel.
Why don't you smoke Camels, too? And say, why not give a carton of Camels for St. Valentine's Day? Camels come in a special carton all dressed up for the Valentine season. Give your Valentine Camels.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to help bring pleasure to hospitalized veterans and members of our armed forces, the makers of Camel send thousands of packs of Camel cigarettes to service in veterans' hospitals every week. This week, the gift Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Fort Harrison, Montana, and West Roxbury, Massachusetts. U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Camp Carson, Colorado. And the Military Air Transport Service, which evacuates virtually all overseas wounded personnel. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written and directed by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher, and Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Gene Bates, and Parley Bear. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night. Here's Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
So pack your pipe with Prince Albert, the largest selling pipe tobacco in America. It's smooth, cool smoking. And say, there's more tobacco in the pocket tin now. So get Prince Albert tomorrow. Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all adventure fans. Calling all Dick Tracy fans.
Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
The makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the two tempting, delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns, now bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy detective adventure. Big guns. Hear them? Well, the next time you have a big dish of crisp, nourishing Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice for breakfast, remember the sound of the big guns, because those two delicious cereals are actually shot from guns. Sun-ripened grains of nourishing wheat and rice are loaded into the guns, and then these little kernels of grain are exploded to 8 times their normal size. That makes them look different and taste better than ordinary cereals. That special Quaker process makes puffed wheat and puffed rice specially easy to digest, so that you get trigger-fast food energy more quickly and easily. And you need lots of quick food energy if you want to be as fast on your feet as your friend Dick Tracy is. And here's a good idea. Puffed wheat and puffed rice are two different delicious flavors. So ask Mother to get a package of each at the grocer's. And then you and Mother and Dad can have Quaker puffed wheat for breakfast one morning and Quaker puffed rice the next. That really gives you variety, doesn't it? So look in the pantry today to see if one of those famous red and blue packages is there now. If it's Quaker puffed wheat, ask Mother to get a package of Quaker puffed rice. And if it's Quaker puffed rice, ask her to get some Quaker puffed wheat. And then you have both for a delightful change that thousands of wide-awake boys, girls, and grown-ups enjoy every day. And remember, fellows and girls, there's another secret code message at the end of the program today. So be sure you have your pencil, paper, and code book ready. Dick Tracy has been trying to protect Dryden Small, a well-known Egyptologist, from dark forces which seek his death. Small has received strange warnings, and several times his life has been attempted unsuccessfully due to the daring efforts of Dick Tracy. Both Dick and Pat are convinced that Small has kept from them the real reason for these mysterious attacks. In our last episode, we heard how a strange message, seemingly written by an invisible hand, had appeared on the wall above Small's bed.
Let's see what the invisible hand is writing. Your hour is at hand. Your end is near. The black pearl of Osiris must shine again.
Yes, and look there on the floor. It's another scarab, Tracy. Another scarab.
Yes, so I see. Another symbol of death and destruction.
Why don't you do something? But it's no use. You can't fight the supernatural. They told me there was a curse upon the tomb of Tutankhamun. I should never have gone into it. All the others who have been in it have come to sudden death.
Oh, stop it, Small. There's nothing supernatural here.
I know, but Dick, the writing on the wall, we saw the message being written.
Yes, and now look, it's beginning to fade. Ghost writing, that's what it is. The handwriting of a ghost.
Oh, come, Small, pull yourself together. This isn't the work of a ghost. The man with the yellow face, whoever he may be, paid a visit to this cabin in our absence.
How do you know he was here?
Why, it's simple enough. The scarab on the floor, he left it there. The handwriting on the wall, he put it there.
No. He might have put the scarab there, but the handwriting, that couldn't have been done by anybody human. We saw the message being written, and there was no one here.
Of course there wasn't. The message was written before we got here. We saw it when we turned on the bed lamp.
I don't get it, Dick.
Pat, put your hand over that lamp, about 6 inches away.
All right. I've got it there now.
What do you feel?
Nothing but heat.
Precisely. Heat. The heat from the lamp. Do you recall ever having used heat in connection with invisible messages before, Pat?
Oh, why, sure. Say, I get it. This message was written in invisible ink and couldn't be seen until the heat of the lamp brought it out on the wall.
Go to the head of the class, Pat. That's exactly what happened here. The man with the yellow face wrote his message in invisible ink. Small came in, turned on the lamp, and in half an hour or so, the heat from the lamp brought the message out. There's your supernatural for you, Mr. Small.
You make it sound simple.
It is simple. If the rest of this case were as simple as that handwriting, we'd have no problem. But it's not simple, Small, because you choose to make it difficult.
I choose to make it difficult?
Yes. You refuse to tell us all you know about this. You refuse to tell us what we've got to know if we're to protect you against the man with the yellow face. There's a definite reason why you're being followed. There's a definite reason for these attempts on your life, such as the one in the dining salon tonight. There's some reason for these scarabs and that message on the wall. Now, what is it?
I'm sorry, but I don't know any more than I've told you.
And I've told you once, and I'll tell you again, that you're not being entirely truthful.
Now, look here.
I want you to tell me the meaning of that message about the Black Pearl of Osiris.
Yeah, that was a queer one. What is the Black Pearl of Osiris anyway, Dick?
I don't know about the Black Pearl, Pat. I do know, however, that Osiris was a god worshipped by the ancient Egyptians, and that even today there are certain secret societies which still worship him.
Your knowledge of Egyptian history is remarkable, Tracy.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know quite enough. But you know what I want to know, Small. What is the Black Pearl of Osiris? I demand an answer.
I don't know, Tracy. I swear it. If I knew, don't you think I'd tell you? I feel rather faint. I wonder if one of you would mind going up on deck with me, just for a little while.
Well, I had a date with her.
All right, Pat, you'll have to forget your date. I've got to see the captain at once. You'll have to stay with Small. Keep close to him on deck, and don't let him out of your sight.
Okay. I hope I get a chance to explain to that girl that I didn't mean to disappoint her. You feel better now, Small?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Patton, the air is doing me good.
Looks like we're going to have a fog. You can see wisps of it floating past the binnacle light up there.
Yes.
You know, Small, you really ought to come clean with Tracy.
Patton.
Yeah?
That man leaning against the rail.
What?
He just looked this way, and his face.
Well, what about his face?
I'm not sure, but it looked yellow.
Now, take it easy. Don't start getting jittery. Don't begin seeing a yellow face in every passenger on this ship.
Look, he's moving away from the rail. He's disappearing into the fog. Oh, what was that? Something dropped at our feet.
Yeah, I heard it. Let me see. Hey, here it is. What? Why, say, it looks like a scarab.
A scarab? Patton, it's another warning. That was the man with the yellow face.
Yeah, we'd better get down and get to your cabin. I'll get in touch with Tracy.
No. Not back to the cabin. I'm afraid to go there. Let's stay in the open.
Okay, but I better get Tracy here as quick as I can. Come on over by the light.
What are you going to do?
Well, Dick's in the captain's cabin. I'm going to send him a message. A message in code.
Well, come in, Mr. Tracy. Glad to see you.
How are you, Captain?
Worried, Tracy. Very much worried. I'm glad you're here. I don't like the things that have been happening on this ship of mine.
Well, I'm sorry about the need for searching the ship, but you must understand, Captain, that at any moment one of your passengers may be, well, put out of the way.
That isn't what I referred to, Tracy. There are other things that are wrong.
Such as?
Well, have you heard about what's been going on down in the hold?
The hold?
Mm-hmm.
I know. What's happened down there?
One of the crew, a fellow named Weeks, was found about an hour ago, totally unconscious.
Unconscious?
Yes, lying in the door of the storage room. He's not a strong fellow. As a matter of fact, he has a weak heart. That's why we have him down there. All he does is check the books and little odd jobs like that, you know.
Yes, but what made him unconscious?
Well, according to his story, Tracy, as he was approaching the storage room, he noticed the door was open, which was unusual. As he began to investigate, he suddenly saw, standing in the doorway itself, a strange-looking figure. The next thing he remembers, he was lying on a cot. The ship's doctor was working over him.
Huh. He's not given to seeing things, is he?
No, I don't think so. He's a stable, dependable fellow. At any rate, he's never seen things before.
Well, in that case, I don't think it'd be a bad idea to investigate that storage room. Now, about the search for the man with the yellow face, Captain.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you about that, Tracy. We don't seem to be making much progress. Matter of fact, Tracy, we're not making any progress at all.
Yes, I was afraid of that.
Oh, excuse me. Come in.
There's a message from Mr. Tracy, sir.
Oh, give it here. Where did you get this?
It was given to me by a gentleman down on deck A, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me, Captain.
Yes, certainly.
It's a code message from Pat. Prisoner 20, 21, 12, 16, 7, 10, 18, 22. Will you excuse me, Captain? I've got to join Mr. Patton on deck immediately.
Nothing wrong, is there, Tracy?
I don't know. That's what I want to find out. And I've got to find out fast.
Well, I'll go along with you, Tracy. I've got to go up to the bridge, and this will be on my way.
Glad to have your company, Captain, but let's hurry.
We can take this companionway here, Tracy. It leads down to deck A.
Fine.
deck, eh? I don't see Mr. Patton, do you?
No, but this fog is getting thicker. He may be down at the other end. Come on.
Well, I'll leave you here, Tracy.
Man overboard!
There. Man overboard, Tracy. Get down there as fast as you can. I'll see to ordering the boats over the side.
Right.
Man overboard! Man overboard!
Hey, you there. Where is he?
Oh, there. Stick! Man overboard! Man overboard! Man overboard!
Oh, Dryden Small. What's happened here?
The man with the yellow face. Patton fought with him.
Yes. What happened?
Overboard. Patton was thrown overboard.
What? Pat overboard?
Wait, Tracy, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your coat?
Why do you think? I'm going after Pat.
Stop! Don't! Another man overboard! Another man! Tracy, they'll both be drowned! Patton and Tracy, too!
Will Dick save Pat? Or has the detective's friend been swallowed up by the black waters in the night? Dick will save him if anyone can. But now the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two popular, delicious, quick energy-giving cereals that are shot from guns, invite you to attend another meeting of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol. Here comes Dick Tracy, Jr. now.
The 20th meeting will now come to order, patrol members. And let's be sure we all have pencils and paper ready to take down today's secret code message.
Are you going to give Dick Tracy's friends the message that Pat sent Dick today, or have you a special secret patrol message, Junior?
Oh, both, Mr. Quakerman. First, I'm going to repeat the message that Pat sent to Dick Tracy.
Good. Are you ready, patrol members? Here it is.
Prisoner 20, 21, 12, 16. 7, 10, 18, 20, 2.
Once more, Junior, to make sure everyone got it.
All right, Mr. Quakerman. It's prisoner 20, 21, 12, 16. 7, 10, 18, 20, 2.
Fine. And now what's the special patrol message, Junior?
Here it is. Are you all ready? It's Buffalo. 21, 12, 14, 10, 12, 4. 10, 20, 13, 3, 6, 10, 20, 13, 3, 21. 1, 8, 14, 5.
Better repeat that one, too, Junior, I think.
Okay. Ready, everyone? It's Buffalo. 21, 12, 14, 10, 12, 4. 10, 20, 13, 3. 6, 10, 20, 13, 3, 21. 1, 8, 14, 5.
Well, that sounds very important, Junior.
It is. It's a special order for patrol members.
But how about the fellows and girls who aren't members and can't decode the messages?
Well, we can't very well give away the patrol secret.
Of course not. I can't imagine any real wide-awake boy or girl not joining, can you?
Not unless they don't know how to join on the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol. So maybe you better tell them, just in case there are some fellas and girls listening in for the first time.
Good idea. Well, here's how you can join the patrol and get the secret code, the patrol pledge, and the membership badge so you don't miss any of the fun. Just tear the tops off 2 packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice, or one of each. Put them in an envelope with your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper and mail them to Dick.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo, Steed, on the premises of Casanova, Inc., found amongst the book-lined walls of the reception hall a door marked Rosebery Z. Glade, Director. As he opened the door, a woman's voice could be heard reading.
Her blue eyes filled with tears. "Defile me if you must, you villain," she whispered, "but my soul will never be yours."
Steed advanced into the room and looked at the attractive blonde who sat at a desk reading from a notebook.
"What do I care for your soul?" replied the fiend. "I have other fish to fry." With which base rejoinder he put out a hand and...
Not to Seated Brown?
Oh, sorry, Rosemary.
I'm not Rosemary. He is.
Steed followed her gesture. Behind the desk, leaning back with closed eyes, was a tall, elegant man. His hands were crossed. On one of his fingers was a diamond ring with an entwined hearts motif.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many housewives have discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I tried it. And it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on the general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
Day in, night out, Magnolia woman, perfectly good, sweetly perfumed.
Now you can choose from Benolia's 5 new classic fragrances.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed diagnoses a severe case of romance, and Mrs. Peel goes even further and joins those who love all. John Steed was beginning to think that Emma Peel was right in insisting that love played a very big part in the security leak at the Department of Missile Redeployment. Several men working in the ministry had behaved in a very peculiar manner, and several other men were dead. It was clear that the enemy, whoever that might be, was aware that John Steed and Mrs. Peel were on the case and were out to stop them. Mother had sent Mrs. Peel back to the ministry, and John Steed had traced the concern known as Casanova, Inc., the headquarters of Rosemary Glade, the celebrated romantic writer. Steed quickly controlled his surprise when the tall, elegant man rose from behind the desk and said,
I am Rosemary Z. Glade. And who are you? Mother, you've been a heroine of mine for years. Yes, well, you've interrupted my flow. Rosemary? Flow? And your name is?
Selma. Oh, how could you be so thoughtless?
Only trying to help.
The master doesn't need help. He needs complete relaxation in order to feel the vibration.
Vibration? From the astral plane. You don't suppose I could write the way I do if my mind wasn't in tune with the other world, do you? I don't indeed.
And yet you come barging in here without so much as a by or leave, just when complete rapport had been established. Too bad. Oh, dear.
It's all right, Selma. Don't upset yourself. Philistines who never understand. What can I do for you? I'd like you to autograph my book.
I only give autographs between 3 and 3:15 in the afternoon.
Oh, what a shame. And I've bought every one of your books.
All 349.
Of course, I have them bound in purple Morocco. I had to get rid of my Bronte first editions to make room for them.
Ah. Well, then you're entitled to one of our rings, my dear sir.
Rosemary opened a drawer in his desk and took out a box. He handed Steed a ring, one with the entwined heart motif.
Oh, thank you. How extremely thoughtful of you. Now I feel one of the family.
Well, since you're obviously a man of taste and refinement, I'll sign your book.
Steed whipped out a small pocketbook.
How gracious of you. If you just put, to John, with love from Rosemary.
Yes, certainly.
There.
Oh, thank you. You know, I met someone with one of these rings only the other day.
Oh, who?
I can't recall the name. A very large man, had a black beard.
Oh, yes, it sounds like Freeman. He's one of our employees. All our employees wear the ring.
Is he here now?
Possibly. Ask Mr. Bromfield. He's in charge of our printing department. Through that door there.
Thank you.
As Steed moved off to the door indicated, Rosemary settled down and, closing his eyes, said,
No, where was I?
With which base rejoinder he put out his hand.
Ah, yes. He put out his hand and grasped the yielding flesh of her arm in a vice-like grip. Unhand me, you base villain, she cried, her heart in turmoil, or it will be the worse for you. De Quincey laughed, a harsh, rasping sound that chilled her to the marrow of her bones. Steed reached the printing room door, opened it, sighed, and closed it to find himself in the printing room. The man Bromfield approached.
Mr. Bromfield?
Yes, that's right. What can I do for you?
I was looking for Freeman.
They're not here at the moment. Is he a friend of yours?
Yes, I told him how much I enjoyed the books, and he promised to show me around.
I see. You're a fan, are you?
A fan? But of course. I never go to sleep without a Rosemary's Egg laid under my pillow. Love in the Bernese Oberland. That was my favorite.
You've seen Rosemary?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think I cut off his flow.
I shouldn't worry. That particular fountain will never run dry. Cassini?
Yes, Mr. Bromfield.
Bring Mr.
Steed.
Bring Mr. Steed an advance copy of Love in Budley Salterton, will you? Perhaps you'd like to take it with you. It's hot off the press.
Oh, too kind.
The creature called Athene picked up a parcel and handed it to Bromfield.
Not that one. You know perfectly well that those are forbidden. Already ordered. One from the other pile.
There we are, Mr. Steed, with the compliments of Casanova Inc.
Thank you.
I hope it sends you to sleep as effectively as the others. Good day.
Oh, there is just one other little request. I've never seen a printing press in action. Do you think I might leave by the other exit and walk through the plant?
Certainly. Help yourself.
Steed did, by swiftly exchanging the book given to him with one from the top of the forbidden pile. No one saw the action.
Amazing. These small presses can produce so much magic.
Bromfield gave Steed a keen look and said,
Goodbye, Mr. Steed. I hope you enjoyed the book.
Steed shook hands, noting the now familiar ring, and left. Bromfield was standing staring after him thoughtfully when Martha, not in charlady guise, appeared from behind a pile of books and said,
I see that man at the ministry.
What?
He came to question through Rodney. I saw him again in Kate's office.
Then he's too close for comfort. We'll have to deal with him.
How?
Easy. The other fellow at the ministry is Fryer. He's in love with your Charladiac, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And all you have to do is ask him to do you a favor.
And so, not all that while later...
A favor? A favor for you, of course. My darling, you have only to name it.
Thank you, George. Oh, I knew I could count on you.
Command me, then.
I want you to get rid of somebody for me. Someone who's becoming a nuisance.
A rival? His name? Quickly, his name.
John Steed.
Steed. I'll kill him.
You took the words right out of my mouth, George.
John Steed, back in his apartment, opened the books he'd obtained from Casanova Inc. The novel he discarded. The other book he opened and stared at in amazement.
All the pages are blank. What's this? There's in the middle of the cover a small indentation. A minute, sparkling eye. Fascinating.
Steed closed the book and went to open the door.
Oh, hello, Mr. Fryer. Is something the matter? Well, come in. Look, forgive me for mentioning it, but that gun you're holding, the safety catch is off. But something tells me you knew that.
I did. Put your hands above your head.
Why? Why are you pointing that thing at me?
Because you're a philanderer.
I beg your pardon?
You've trifled with the woman I love.
I haven't trifled all day.
She told me so herself. And now you're going to pay for it.
Well, at least tell me her name.
So she's one of many, is she? Just as I thought. One of nature's parasites. The world will be a cleaner place without you, my friend.
Look, can't we talk this over sensibly?
That's what they all say. No.
Well, in which case, there's nothing for me to do but...
Steve stepped forward, grabbed the wrist that held the gun. With one swift movement, he forced the weapon out of Fryer's hand. Got a good grip and threw Fryer across the room.
And all for the love of a lady.
In the missile redeployment department, Mrs. Peel had been examining the office that had been occupied by Tate. She'd found the book marked Commission Report, Read, Digest, and Pass On. She'd been reading away with intense interest for hours. In the passage outside, Martha, in charlady outfit, whispered to Bromfield.
She's in there. She's been reading the book. She's the girl I saw at Bell Chambers' perfume shop. She's on to us.
Then she's solving the puzzle for us. Is the door locked?
Yes. I locked it from the outside.
Let me out! Let me out of here!
Leave this to me. I shall be the first person she sees.
But who let me in there? How dare you?
What? Oh.
Hello, my dear. I've come to take you away. Will you come with me?
Oh, yes. Yes. I'd follow you anywhere.
That kind of love isn't just blind, it's plain daft.
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sport?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for sportsmen, of course.
Why? It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
There's no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo.
If you use cold water, Omo comes out very, very easily indeed.
Says Mrs. Sutherland of Phoenixon. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Falbig and produced by David Gooden.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
Here's the sanitarium, Harvey.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. Oh, here comes the attendant.
Yeah, we're all ready for him, Mrs. Jackson. Take his feet, Harold. Oh, you had the time, huh?
Yes, I had to give him a good one on the chin.
You'll have to watch him. He may try to get away when he comes to.
Don't you worry. We've got a lot of tough cases here.
Don't let him know who brought him here. And don't let him know I had anything to do with it.
Leave everything to us.
It's a 2-hour drive back to the city, Donna.
Yes. Well, I'll phone you tomorrow.
Good. If anything happens, we'll call you.
Thank you. Good night.
Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who step into the shadows. And so I tell you again tonight, one of the favorite tales of Death Has a Thirst. The long black car with the handsome man at the wheel and the woman beside him returns to the highway and speeds on through the night. The man and the woman sit staring ahead, lost in thought. The man is Harvey Davis, and the woman is Mrs. Victor Jackson, wife of the unconscious man recently deposited at the sanitarium.
I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Harvey. But I had to have some help, and I knew I could depend on you.
It's all right, Donna. I only hope it'll do some good. Victor never drank a drop while we were in school.
He didn't drink when we were first married. After his father died and Victor took over the business, he started.
Well, it's a huge concern, and I guess he just couldn't take it. He always had an inferiority complex.
But the thing that hurts me most is that the drinking has completely changed him. He's suspicious of every move I make. He accuses me of the most disgraceful things. Accuses me of lying to him about everything, of being in love with other men. Oh, countless things.
Other men? What man?
Any man I speak to. Even you, Harvey.
Me? Well, after all, if he's going to be suspicious of any man, it would logically be me.
Why?
You've brought most of your troubles to me. He knows that. I'm as good a victim as anybody. And he knows I'm terribly fond of you.
Are you, Harvey?
From the first day I met you, I said, here's a woman. A strong woman. Maybe she'll develop some backbone in my willy-nilly friend, Victor.
It's very nicely put, Harvey.
Well, let's hope the sanitarium does him some good.
Oh, if it doesn't, I don't know what I'll do.
Don't worry, Donna. Just remember, I'll do anything for you.
Thank you, Harvey.
Toward midnight, the black sedan arrives at the Jackson mansion. The butler greets Harvey and Donna at the door.
Evening, Mrs. Jackson. Evening, Mr. Davis. Dr. Saunders is in the library, ma'am. He's waiting for you.
Dr. Saunders? At this hour? What on earth does he want?
You'd better see him, Donna. Maybe he knows.
How could he? Come with me, Harvey.
Of course.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Saunders.
Evening, Donna. Evening, Harvey.
Hello, Doctor.
This is quite a surprise.
Yes, I can imagine.
Harvey and I, we've just been for a little drive. I felt I needed some air.
That's so?
Did you come to see Victor?
Victor isn't here.
Really?
But I know where he is.
You do?
He's in a cheap dive, a rooming house downtown.
What?
But that isn't possible.
That's where he always goes.
Well, you're wrong this time, Doctor. I took him by force to a sanitarium tonight. Harvey helped me. Maybe they can do something for him.
You told the sanitarium I was his physician, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, they called me an hour ago. He's escaped.
What?
They said he came to and broke away from them. I know where he usually goes, and I can find him. That is, if you want me to find him.
What are you inferring, Doctor?
Well, Donna, I know what you've been through with Victor. I know what a trial it's been. I've tried, you've tried, we've all tried everything we could to make him stop. Not many women would have gone through what you have. Well, we've dragged him through before. We could probably do it again. I just thought perhaps you'd had enough, that's all.
And you know where he is?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I know.
Well, then find him. I'm determined to cure him if I have to take him to a desert island.
It's an idea. A long ocean trip might be the answer. You'd have to hog time.
I could do that, too.
Very well. I'll have a talk with him and phone you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Oh, Harvey.
No. You've done your best, Donna.
Oh, but I feel so hopeless. I don't know what to do next.
Well, try the desert island.
Why not? It might work, mightn't it? Harvey, you can help. Your yacht. Dr. Saunders may be right. At least it's worth a try.
I wonder.
Oh, please, Harvey, it may be the answer.
I can't get away just now, but if you're determined, you're welcome to the yacht.
Please. I'd feel better if you came along.
All right, Donna, I'll go. I'll arrange it. But Victor won't want to come.
We'll take him aboard by force.
Shanghai him? Well, all right. Just let me know when you find him, and I'll arrange everything.
When he checked in, he was as drunk as a lord. Well, I'll leave you alone with him, Doctor.
Thanks. That high pole will bring him out of this. Thanks a lot.
Victor.
Victor.
What's going on here? Who are you? Get away.
Quiet now. Take it easy, Victor.
Huh? Who are you?
Doc Saunders.
Doc?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do you want?
I want to talk to you, Victor. It's very important.
Important? Huh?
Come on, Victor. Snap out of it.
Oh. Hey, what's the idea? What'd you slap me for?
Wake you up. I've got to talk to you.
Oh. Oh, hello, Doc.
Better.
What are you after?
Is your head clear?
I guess so.
All right, then listen to me. Do you know where you are?
Yeah, my old haunt.
You know how you got here?
Well, let me see. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you where you're going if you don't pull yourself together.
Where?
To the insane asylum.
Did you say asylum?
I did. There's nothing that hastens final mental breakdown, insanity, more than alcohol.
Insanity? Are you just telling me that?
No, I can prove it.
Good Lord.
Want that to happen to you?
Oh, no, but I just can't seem to quit.
You're going away, Vic.
Away? Where?
Sending you on a long voyage with no liquor.
Oh, no. No, you're not.
All right.
I'll get hold of myself.
Yes, you said that before.
Oh, I can take it and leave it alone if I want to.
But you haven't so far. You've gone from bad to worse. Now you're going where you can't get it.
But, Doc, I can't. I'd die. I couldn't stand it.
You'll stand it and like it if I have to.
No. I won't be pushed around by anyone. I know who's back of this, Donna. She wants to get rid of me. Asylum. Huh. That'd suit her fine. She'd like that. So she can cavort around with Harvey and all the others.
Oh, shut up, Vic.
You're all planning to get rid of me. You don't like me.
You're taking a trip.
Get rid of me and you can all share in the estate. Well, you just see how much good it'll do.
Sorry.
Oh.
But you're taking a trip, Victor.
Well, here you are, Victor. Several hundred miles at sea. And worried, too, aren't you, Victor? That talk about insanity really upset you. You believe it, too, don't you?
Victor.
What's this? Where am I? Donna.
Do you feel better, Victor?
Oh, what is this? It's moving. I feel dizzy.
I don't think you're dizzy. We're on a boat, darling.
What boat?
We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean.
A boat? Oh. Doc Saunders. That's what he said. A voyage. It's his idea.
Now, Victor, everything's going to be all right.
I know what you're planning to do. You're planning to kill me. You want to get rid of me, want me to die.
You won't die.
Whose boat is this?
Harvey's yacht.
Harvey. Now I know it's a plot. Now I know what it's all about. You and Harvey, that's it.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Victor. Harvey consented to let me have the yacht.
Is he on board?
Yes.
Of course. You and Harvey. And me a prisoner. What a perfect setup.
You don't mean that, Victor.
I've been suspicious of you two all alone. Who else is on board?
Nobody but the captain and the crew of 4. And Harvey and the doctor.
Where are you taking me?
We're just cruising.
Just cruising. Till you find the right spot.
Right spot for what?
To dump me overboard. No one will ever know, will they? And you'll say I jumped over. It was washed over the side.
Oh, Victor, what has happened to you? You're like a stranger to me. I just don't know you. Oh, it doesn't seem possible that you're the man I married. What's happened to you?
Don't you know?
If I only did.
Why, I'll tell you what's the matter. I'm crazy. I'm insane. My grandfather was insane. And undoubtedly my father, and so why not me?
You're talking nonsense.
Oh, no. Hasn't Doc Saunders told you what he knows?
No.
Oh, come now. You three are closer than that.
Stop talking such nonsense. I won't listen.
Well, I'm getting out of this cabin. I can't stand to be cooped up like this.
Please stay for a while, Victor. Please. Here, I brought you some milk. Please drink it.
Oh, milk, huh? It's got a funny color to it. It smells strange. What's in it? Arsenic?
It's just plain milk, Victor. Drink it.
Do you like milk, Donna?
Yes, I love milk.
And drink it yourself.
Victor! Oh, all over my dress.
You're trying to poison me, that's it. Now get out of here. Get out.
Victor, please, darling.
Get out! What do you want, Doc?
How do you feel, Victor?
They're trying to kill me. They plan to kill me.
Who?
Donna and Harvey. She just brought me some milk, and it had poison in it. I can tell by the color.
Oh, I think you're imagining things, Victor.
Oh, no, I'm not. They want me out of the way. I can tell.
What made you think the milk was poisoned?
It was a purplish color. Here's the glass. Smell it. Maybe I'm not so crazy after all.
I didn't say you were crazy. I only want you to stop your drinking. Drink may bring it on.
Where did they get the poison?
Oh, now, come. Forget it.
Do you know where they get the poison, Doctor?
See you later, Victor.
Maybe.
Did you send for me, Doctor?
Yes, Donna. Did you take some milk to Victor?
Yes, I did.
What did you put in it?
Why should I put anything in it?
Victor thinks you did.
Why, you should know me better than that, Doctor.
You did put something in it.
Well, yes, I did. Some of that red liquid to make him quiet.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what it was.
He threw it all over me. Oh, I'm thoroughly disgusted, Doctor. I can't go on with him this way. He isn't drinking, but there's something wrong. I've decided to give it up as a bad job. I'm going to get a divorce.
Divorce? I'm afraid it's too late for that, Donna.
Too late? Well, what do you mean?
It's something I haven't told you. I've been hoping it wouldn't be necessary, but after the day, I've given up all hope.
Why can't I get a divorce?
You cannot divorce an insane person.
Insane? Good heavens.
Yes, Victor has all the symptoms, and it's liquor that's hastened the crack up. I couldn't be certain as long as he was drinking, but today I realized the truth.
What? Oh, I'm bewildered. I've never been so shocked in my life. I wish you hadn't told me.
I'm sorry, Donna. I wanted you to be on your guard. You see, he has some strange hallucination about you and Harvey. He thinks you're planning to do away with him.
Do away with him?
Yes.
Oh, but that's ridiculous. I've never had such a thought. Never. But now I'm frightened. Doctor, what about Alice?
Your daughter? Oh, she's all right. I wouldn't worry about her.
But think what this will mean if this gets out about Victor. It may ruin her whole life.
I can understand that.
Oh, this must never happen. It must remain a secret.
That'll be difficult. It's going to be hard to handle when that craving returns.
I'll think of something. I'll find a way.
Doctor, come quickly. It's Harvey Davis. What's wrong, Captain?
Found him in his bunk with a cord around his neck.
Good heavens.
It was Victor.
Quiet, Donna. Come along.
Is he dead?
No, he's breathing. We found him just in time. Be all right in a few minutes.
Oh, thank heaven.
Harvey, old man.
Huh?
Harvey.
Donna, what's wrong? What's happened?
Nothing much, Harvey. Just a little accident. You'll be all right.
Oh, my throat. What's going on?
You don't remember?
No, I was just taking a little nap. I feel like I've been choked.
You better tell him, Donna. Come along, Captain. Captain, have you any liquor aboard?
Yes, Doctor. Several bottles in the locker in my cabin. Let's have a look. I keep it locked because, hey, it's been jimmied. Well, what do you know? It's all gone.
I expected that.
I'll skin those men alive.
Don't blame the men, Captain.
What do you mean? What the devil is that? We've hit something. Come on. What is it, man? What's wrong with you?
The boilers blew up. We must have hit a reef. All three of the men of the crew are down there. We've got to abandon. I'm hurt bad, Captain.
He's dead.
See to the lifeboat. Round up the others. I'll go below.
Yes, Captain.
Murphy! John! Murphy! Are you there? Good Lord, what a mess. I can't imagine.
2 days pass, and the sun beats down relentlessly on the 5 survivors in the open boat. The doctor watches anxiously over the still unconscious captain, and Donna and Harvey keep a constant eye on Victor, who sits alone in the end of the boat, staring at the horizon.
How's the captain, Doctor?
Still holding his own. He must have had a bad fall down that companionway.
I don't think he fell. Huh? It's a good thing you went down after him. We're running low on water. I hope we sight some land today. How much water have you in your canteen, Donna?
Half full.
I say, look over there. What's that?
A ship.
No, it's land. An island. Grab an oar, Victor. Come on, Doc. Well, I've looked all around. This place is as barren of food or water as the Sahara Desert. I'm afraid if we do locate any water, it won't be fit to drink.
Oh, there must be water.
What do you care about water? You've got a canteen full of whiskey.
How much water is left?
I have some, and Dr. Saunders has some.
So I'd better get busy. Although my experiences on other islands like this haven't been so good.
Well, here's a chance to put your chemistry to use, Harvey. You know the test for lead and zinc.
Yes.
Look, I'll give you 2 vials and some sodium sulfide tablets and potassium chromate. You know the test. When you come to some water, 1 tablet in 10 cc's of the liquid. A dark precipitate means poison.
Yes, I know. Thanks, Doctor. Well, I'll start off and keep a direct line to the other side, wherever that is.
Wait a minute, Harvey. I think I'll go with you.
Why?
Oh, maybe I can help.
I'd go with you, Harvey, but I better keep an eye on the captain. He's the only one who knows where we are. I've got to pull him through.
It's all right, Doc. I don't need any.
I think I'll go anyway.
All right, if you insist. Come on.
Harvey, wait. I'm going too.
Why?
Because I want to.
We don't need you.
I'm coming just the same. Please, Harvey, I'd like to come.
All right, let's go. Whew, it's certainly hot. How do you feel, Donna?
All right. How far have we come?
Oh, 10 miles, I should say. It's a pretty big island at that. Nothing but desert.
Yeah, you sure those last 2 water holes were poisoned?
Certainly.
They look good to me. I'm getting mighty thirsty.
Better quit drinking that whiskey. It'll only make you thirstier.
Harvey, can I have a little water?
I'm sorry, Donna, but you'll have to suffer it as long as you can. Please wait.
Do you suppose we'll ever get out of here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's all my fault. What a shame to get you into such a mess. Please forgive me, Harvey.
There's nothing to forgive, Donna. I'd do it again 100 times over. For you.
Would you, Harvey?
Yes. Poor Victor. What a sad thing.
No one must ever know, Harvey. Promise me if we ever get out of this. Promise me you'll never let anyone know.
No one will ever learn from me.
I got him!
What on earth?
Harvey, he's got a gun.
Where did he get it? Come on.
I got him, look. A lizard. A big one. I knew we'd find something.
Put that down. You can't eat that.
There must be water around here. There must be.
Where'd you get that gun?
Out of the captain's locker.
Better take it easy with those shells. We may need them.
Yeah. Maybe I will. Have a drink?
No.
All right. I'd sure like some water. How about it?
There's just enough for one of us to get back. And if only one goes back, it'll be Donna.
Donna. How chivalrous. Who's got the water?
I have.
Come on. Let's keep moving.
Well, there's water around here. There must be. And I'm going to find it.
Donna, if we don't find water, he's going to start pleading for what you have. No matter how much he raves or pleads, don't give in. Even if he threatens us with that gun, tell him you drank it all. I want you to have the best break out of this.
Thanks, Harvey. I appreciate that.
I found it. Water! I found water!
Hurry, Donna. Hurry.
Well, what about it? What's the test show?
Just like all the rest. It's full of lead and zinc and heaven knows what else.
Poison, huh?
Worse yet.
How about some of that water?
What water?
In Donna's canteen.
There isn't any more.
Who drank it?
I did.
You both did, and you left none for me.
You've got your whiskey.
I can't drink whiskey all the time.
You've done pretty well on it for several years.
I've got to have some water.
Harvey warned you.
Harvey! Is that all you think about, Harvey? You should have married Harvey.
Perhaps you're right about that.
Are you sure that water is poison?
I'm not drinking it, and I'm thirsty, too.
Maybe you're just waiting.
For what?
I don't know. But I can imagine a few things.
We'd better stop here for the night. Are you very tired, Donna?
Awfully.
Better try to get some sleep. Where are you going, Victor?
I'm just going to look around. I may find something. I'm hungry.
I'm going to build a fire with this brush. Don't get too far away.
I'll be around. Don't worry.
Keep a close watch on your canteen, Donna. I have an idea what he's up to. I'll try not to sleep, but I'm dead tired.
I'll do my best, Harvey.
If he goes to sleep, I'll try to get that gun away from him. Good night, Donna.
Good night, Harvey.
Night comes on. The fire burns low, and only a red glow remains. Donna, in spite of herself, drops off into a sound sleep. Victor stirs from his place 20 feet away, looks about him, and crawls silently toward the sleeping Donna. Puts out his hand and...
Put it down, Victor.
I want some water.
There isn't any water.
I think there is.
You heard what I said.
You're lying. You have got some.
Victor, what is it?
You've got some water and you won't give me any.
Harvey.
I'm wise to you. You don't want me to have any. You want me to die. You're in love with each other.
You're drunk.
What if I am in love with Harvey? What of it?
Donna.
You want me out of the way. Neither one of you is very thirsty. No, because you had some water. And you got it out of that pool. You're lying to me. It's good water.
You're crazy.
You sneaked it out while I was asleep. Tried to make me think it was a poison. I ought to shoot you.
All right, Victor. If you're so positive, go on down and drink out of the pool.
That gives me an idea. I'll just find out if that water's poison. Go drink some of it, Harvey.
Certainly not.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
It's poison, Victor.
Go ahead, drink, or I'll shoot.
No, don't do it, Harvey. No.
Then supposing you drink out of it, Donna.
Very well, I will.
No, Victor, it'll kill her. Wait, Donna. I'll drink it. You're a fool, Victor. Come along.
This is going to be interesting.
Not as much as you think.
Get off of me! I'll shoot you! Maybe that'll hold you, Harvey.
Oh,
It's all right, Donna. Just hit my shoulder. Well, I hope you're satisfied now that it is poison, Victor.
Maybe. But you two are getting water someplace.
Please. Please, don't take that canteen, Victor. It's for Donna.
All right. You two are getting this water from someplace. Hand over that canteen, Donna.
No, I said that's for Donna.
I'll take care of it. For all of us. And if either of you make a move toward me, I'll shoot you both. Good night. And sleep tight. Both of you.
The night slowly fades and the chill of dawn creeps in. Then, as the sun comes over the horizon, Harvey stirs fretfully, opens his eyes and looks for Donna. She sits beyond the dead embers of the campfire, her hands folded before her, staring blankly into space. Harvey raises up with a start and moves quickly to her side. Victor is sprawled on his back, the hilt of a hunting knife protruding from his chest.
Donna. Good Lord, what's happened to Victor?
he's dead.
Dead? That knife. Why, it's yours, Donna.
Yes, it's mine. Now no one will ever know. Will they?
No.
I had to.
It's Dr. Saunders. Here we are.
Thank heaven we found you. We sighted the ship and built a signal fire. They're waiting for... What's this?
Oh, Victor must have gone crazy in the night and stabbed himself.
I see. Right. He's dead, Harvey. How'd this happen?
I told you. He must have
stabbed himself.
No, he didn't. No, I stabbed him.
Huh?
It's my knife. I got to thinking. I did it. I crept over and stabbed him.
I see. When did you do this, Donna?
It was not more than an hour ago. I couldn't help it, Doctor. I couldn't help
Please,
it.
Donna, please. You've nothing to fear.
I didn't want anybody to know. Because of Alice. My daughter.
They won't know, Donna. You didn't kill him.
What?
He's been dead for at least 3 hours.
What do you mean?
Look at his eyes. Look at his lips and his tongue and the swelling of his stomach. You test this pool, Harvey.
Yes. Every pool we've come to has been heavy in mineral content. I warned him, but he thought we were lying to him. Last night he pulled a gun and took down his canteen. There wasn't very much in it, but it was all we had.
He's been drinking whiskey. Naturally, just a little water wouldn't satisfy him. So he drank from the pool. Ah, poor Victor. I guess it's just as well.
Don't worry, Donna. No one will ever know. Will they, Doctor?
There's nothing to tell. Except Victor Jackson poisoned himself in a fit of extreme thirst.
No, Donna. No one will ever know. You did your best. You tried hard to make things work out. But somehow fate seemed to take things right out of your hands. But you know better, don't you, Harvey? You know what happened. Tell us. Tell us, Harvey.
After Victor took the canteen from Donna and drank the few swallows in it, he fell off to sleep. Then I took the canteen and filled it from the poison pool. I knew he'd wake up with a greater thirst. And he did. But I'm not sorry. He's better off. And I found I do love Donna. And I'll take care of her for the rest of our days.
There you are. From drama to tragedy, and from tragedy to a beautiful love story wherein they live happily ever after. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Anniversary on the air. On this festive occasion, the Blue Coal Dealers of America are proud to present an unusually thrilling adventure of the Shadow. This special dramatization resembles other Shadow dramas in but one alike. It is designed to point out to old and young the lesson we have stressed for the past 10 years, that crime does not pay. Before the Shadow starts today's adventure, I want to ask all you householders a timely question. When you consider buying a fuel, your first question is, what will it do for me? Well, here's what Blue Coal will do for you. It will keep your home comfortably heated morning, noon, and night. It will make things easier for you all the way round, and it will cut down your heating bills. You couldn't ask for more than that, could you? But Blue Coal gives you more, and without asking, too. For with every order, you enjoy the full benefit of your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer's extra customer service. So phone him tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with a hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Ghost of Caleb Mackenzie.
Well, here we are, gathered together, one big happy family. Happy family. I wish you could all see yourselves as I see you. You're vultures, vultures, waiting for the poor old carcass to die. Of course, I don't include you in that description, Margot. As merely an old friend of the family, you understand that I didn't mean you.
Oh, I understood, Uncle Caleb.
But she's the only one that I exclude.
Still bitter, aren't you, Dad?
I thought you'd be the first to speak, Paul. You always have been. You take after me in that respect, I guess.
I hope that's the only characteristic of yours that I have.
Now, that's what I call putting the cards on the table. I've always admired you for that, son. You make no pretense of your hatred for me. It is more than I can say for the rest of you.
Oh, come now, Caleb.
I've been waiting for you to say that, my dear Damon. No family gathering is ever complete without your injection of the phrase, "Oh, come now, Caleb." I believe you first said it when I was 6 and you were 3. And as I recall, you were even then seeking something from me. Toys it was in those days.
Why do you insist that all of us hate you, Caleb?
Because it's true, Damon. In each of you, the hatred has a different basis. My son Paul hates me because he feels that I've been a tyrant. That's why he left home. And you, Damon, your hatred is based on envy. You're jealous of the money I've made, the power I've gained.
And how do you classify me, Caleb?
Well, now, Marie, you, my dear wife, you're in a class by yourself. Yours is a long-suffering hatred, a patient one. I shouldn't have classified you that way when you left me 10 years ago. Your loathing was stronger then, but being apart from me, seeing me only once a year, has tempered the emotion.
I see.
However, I can't say that time has lessened that feeling in your son.
His name has no place in this conversation.
Mother, please. Still protecting that misshapen, sniveling son of ours.
Don't talk that way about him.
How else could he be described? Look at him. To think that he bears my name, Caleb Jr.
I've heard enough.
At least when my first wife bore me a son, she bore me a man. Paul is a man.
Shut up, you hear?
Let me finish. I haven't described his hatred yet. I've saved that, because his is the most bitter of all. It's a cunning hatred, a hate that you drilled into him from the day he was born.
Dad, please. For Mother's sake.
For Mother's sake. Always that's been your cry, Caleb Jr.
I think I'd better be leaving, Uncle Caleb. I have someone waiting in the village.
No, please, Margot. I asked you here tonight so that I might see one friendly face. Even if it wasn't one of the family. No, you must stay.
Well,
sit down, please. Thank you. You see, Margot, this little ceremony only takes place once a year. I invite all my beloved kin here so that they may closely inspect my state of health. If I look wan or pale, perhaps it reassures them that the Mackenzie fortune will soon pass into their hands.
Oh, come now, Caleb. Let's break this up, shall we, Dad? I'm sleepy and I'm bored.
Of course you are, Paul. Of course you are. But I have a little announcement to make. An announcement about my will.
You've made out a will, Caleb?
Yes, my eager brother. Yes, I have.
Where is it? Who has it?
Now, Damon, a little decency, if you please. I'm still alive, you know.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mackenzie, but it's 10 o'clock.
No, thank you, Williams, thank you. That means bedtime for all of you. Show them to their rooms, Williams.
Same old regimentation.
I shan't see any of you in the morning, so perhaps I'd better say goodbye until next year.
Good night, Uncle Caleb.
Good night, Margot. Oh, I hope none of you forgets about the will.
Hello? Is this Locust 5430 Ring 1?
That's right. Shady Inn, Ring 1. What can be done?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Cranston, please. I believe he's staying at your inn.
Oh, yes. He's the city fellow sitting right here in the lobby. I'll fetch him for you.
Oh, for the joys of a bucolic soul.
Hello?
Hello, Lamont.
Margot, it's after midnight. I thought you'd be in bed.
No, I couldn't sleep. Lamont, would you mind terribly coming out here? I'd like to go back to the city tonight.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, I'll tell you when you get here.
Well, I'll be right over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sending out an SOS, Margot?
Oh, Paul, you frightened me.
I'm sorry.
I thought everyone was in bed.
Oh, I've been outside taking a walk. Cigarette?
Yes, thanks.
I'm sorry you had to be in on that little session tonight. My Uncle Damon sitting around whining, my dear stepmother glaring at us, and my beloved half-brother simpering in a corner. You know, as much as I dislike Dad, I can't blame him for despising them.
Oh, Paul, it all seems so stupid, this yearly gathering of your clan.
Well, it always will be stupid until my father's dead.
Paul, what's that?
Sounds like someone coming down the hall.
But who can it be?
Looking for something, Junior?
Oh, it's you, Paul.
Yes.
I was just going for a glass of water for Mother. You'll excuse me, please?
Sure. That guy gives me the creeps. Always getting something for Mother.
Oh, now, Paul, there's nothing wrong in that.
I know, but... Say, what is this, Pennsylvania station? Everybody's up. Here comes Williams.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Miss Lane.
Good evening, Williams.
Where are you going with that sandwich, Williams?
It's for your father, sir. He's in his study.
Sandwich? Say, that gives me an idea. How's about we raid the icebox, Margot?
Doggone, why not?
I haven't done that in this house since I was 16. And as I remember that icebox...
What was that?
Sounded like Williams. Come on, Margot. He's in Dad's study.
Mr. Paul! Mr. Paul!
What is it, Williams? What's wrong?
It's your father, sir.
What about him?
He's been stabbed in the chest. He's dead.
Oh, Lamont, I'm so glad you're here. We've just found Mr. Mackenzie Sr. stabbed to death.
Good heavens. Well, where's the body?
Right down the hall here in his study.
When did this happen, Margot?
Williams, the butler, just found him a few minutes ago.
I see.
It's right in here, Lamont.
Oh, come now. I still object to this whole rigmarole.
Unfortunately, Uncle Damon, it's just one of those
Marie,
things...
Paul.
Oh, Margot.
Listen, everyone. This is Lamont Cranston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Lamont has helped the police to solve many crimes. And I'm sure that you won't object if he examines Uncle Caleb.
Well, not at all.
Oh, come now, Paul. Don't you think that's a bit presuming?
No, I don't, Uncle Damon. My dad is over here, Mr. Cranston. I covered him with this shawl.
I see. Has the body been disturbed in any way?
No. Everything is just as we found it.
Well, I'll have a look if you don't mind.
Mother, please. You mustn't look at him.
No one has touched this knife?
No.
Good. Have you phoned the police?
No, not yet.
I'm afraid that'll be necessary.
Oh, no.
You'll excuse me while I phone Commissioner Weston.
Well, yes, of course.
We don't want the police out here, Paul.
No. Why do you allow a stranger to step in like this, Paul?
Because that's our father sitting in that chair with a knife in his heart, or had you forgotten?
Why should you be so concerned about him all of a sudden? You hated him, too. We all know that.
Why, you sniveling
Stop it, Paul.
Paul, please.
I still say...
Darling, stay out of this conversation.
Well, as you wish, Mother.
Yes, that's right, Junior. Run to Mother's apron strings.
It'll take the police about 2 hours to get here. Meanwhile, they've ordered that nothing be disturbed.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Lamont, this is Williams.
Yes, William.
Inasmuch as Mr. Mackenzie is departed, I have a duty to perform.
A duty? Well, what is it?
I've been told many times by Mr. Mackenzie that if anything were to happen to him, sir, anything like this, that I would find an envelope in his desk drawer that should be opened at once.
Are you saying that my father anticipated that he would die this way?
Well, yes, sir.
Why shouldn't he have anticipated this? We all wanted to kill him. You know that.
I do know that, Junior, and I also know that one of us gathered here is his murderer.
Oh, come now, Paul. I don't think that...
Williams, would you look for that envelope, please?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps it will contain a clue to his death.
In that case, don't you think we should wait until the police arrive to look at it?
Afraid of its contents, Uncle Damon?
Oh, come now, Paul. Of course not.
Here's the envelope, sir.
I'll take it, William. Thank you. There appears to be writing on the outside. I'll read it to you if you wish.
Sure, go ahead.
It says, "Attention, vultures.
What's that? What's that?
Good old Dad.
He who will have will to find the will look inside."
Well, did you hear that, fellow vultures? Dad dealing in riddles, even in death.
Now, perhaps you'd like to hear the contents.
Is it about the will?
I don't know. You'll have to figure that out yourselves.
Read it, please.
It says, "To find the one who's passed the test, search the place where my soul will rest."
Well, that's enlightening.
Doesn't mean a thing to me.
Now, I'm afraid I must ask you all to go to your rooms.
What?
Those are orders from Commissioner Weston.
Order to our rooms?
That's right.
What right is the police to
All
tell us
the
what-
right in the world, Damon. Come on, all of you. Let's obey instructions for once.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, Margot. Coming, Junior?
Yes. If Mother's with me.
Of course, dear.
I'll call you when the police arrive.
Okay. Well, fellow suspects, shall we march in single file? One of us will have to get used to that.
Very clever, Paul.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come here, Lamont.
Margot, have you any idea who could have done this?
No. It could have been any one of them. They all hated him.
I see. Oh, do you know the whereabouts of this family burial ground?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right here on the estate. There's a large vault down near the brook.
Well, then what are we waiting for? That sounds like the answer to the riddle. Where is the missing will?
Find the one who's passed the test. Search the place where my soul will rest. This must be it. It must be. Now I shall find the will. What's that? Who's that? Who's there? Come now. Stop shining that light in my eyes. Who are you? Speak up.
Margot, come along. Our killer's loose again.
Those shots seem to come from the vault.
Yes, let's hurry. Look, Margot. Someone just ran out of the vault. See, running into the woods.
Shall we go and see who it is?
It's too late. We'd better look down on the mausoleum. I better go first, Margot.
All right.
Give me that flashlight.
Here you are.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. I've just... Easy, Margot, now.
Oh. It's Uncle Damon.
Yes. I'm afraid he's dead, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, how awful.
Well, we know now, Margot, that this missing will is important enough for someone to murder for it.
More from the shadow in just a minute. But first, time out for a picture of a man getting up in the morning.
Boy, it's plenty cold this morning. I'll soon fix that. Where are those slippers? Oh, there they are. Now I'll just set that blue coal heat regulator.
Yes, more and more people are relying upon blue coal and a blue coal automatic heat regulator for quick, dependable heat these cold winter mornings. For blue coal sends up quick heat the moment drafts are opened, and the heat regulator opens drafts automatically. A flick of the finger, and the thermostat is set. Then, presto, a steady flow of heat ascends to those upstairs rooms before you can say blue coal. And that heat will remain constant all day long at whatever temperature you wish.
Yes, blue coal in my furnace keeps my home comfortably heated 24 hours of the day.
And the blue coal automatic heat regulator enables you to control that heat without running up and down cellar to regulate furnace dampers. Yes, blue coal and a blue coal automatic heat regulator make the modern combination for convenience and comfort. Phone your neighborhood dealer for blue coal and ask for a free demonstration of the blue coal automatic heat regulator. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words blue coal. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont, Do you think it's all right leaving Uncle Damon's body out there in the vault?
Until Weston and his men arrive, yes.
Why the concentrated scowl?
Boy, simply trying to reconstruct this thing from the beginning. From what you've told me, Margot, there were 3 people prowling about downstairs earlier in the evening, any one of whom had access to Caleb Sr.'s study.
Yes, that's right. Paul, Caleb Jr., and Williams.
Well, Margot, that makes 3 suspects that we know of who could have killed Caleb Sr.
3? You mean old Williams is a suspect, too?
Definitely.
Huh. I never thought of that.
Never thought of what, Margot?
Of suspecting old Williams. Now that I do think of it, he could have killed Uncle Caleb when he entered the study.
Right. Perhaps it's time for the Shadow to hear more from this kindly old gentleman.
What was that?
Sorry to disturb your reveries, Williams.
What in the name of... Who's talking to me?
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? The man no one can see?
That's right, Williams. The man no one can see.
I know of you, but why have you come here to see me?
Seeking information, old man. Information that you must give me.
What is it?
First, I'd like to know why you aren't in bed at this hour. Why are you sitting in that chair fully clothed?
Why, I couldn't sleep.
Would that be caused by a guilty conscience, perhaps?
No, it's just the shock. The shock of Mr. Mackenzie's stabbing that keeps me up.
Williams, did you feel toward him as the others did? Did you hate him?
I had a great fondness and respect for Mr. Mackenzie.
You know, of course, that you will be suspected of his murder.
I presumed as much. But I shall have no trouble proving my innocence. That's more than I can say for some of the others.
What do you know about the will that he left? The one that he spoke of in the note?
Why should I know about that?
You were close to Mr. Mackenzie. He confided in you.
No.
I know he did. He must have told you about that will.
You don't know what you're saying. Why, I'm only a servant.
What do you know of the will? Was it in the burial vault?
No, it wasn't in the... I mean, how should I know?
You do know where it is. You also know the answer to the riddle. The place where his soul shall rest. Tell me, where is this place?
Please.
Tell me, Williams. If you would avert another murder, you must tell me.
Very well, I'll tell you. The will is... Someone outside, someone's listening.
Yes. Whoever it was has gotten away.
Please, Shadow. I can't talk anymore. I can't reveal the hiding place.
Williams, I'm going to give you time to reconsider. And remember that by telling what you know, you may save another's life. Think that over, Williams. Later, you shall receive another visit from the Shadow. And then, Margot, just when he was about to tell where the will was hidden, a noise outside the window frightened him. Someone was listening to our conversation.
Who was it?
I couldn't see. I'd guess that it was our murderer. Did you hear anyone moving about the house?
No, I didn't. I met Paul, though, as I was coming in.
Oh? What was he doing?
Just going into his room.
I see. Well, this is one time that I wish Weston could get to the scene of a crime a little faster. We have too many people to keep track of alone, Margot.
Lamont, did you hear that?
Yes, come on, quickly. Sounds seemed to come from down the hall.
What were those shots, Margot?
We don't know yet, Paul.
Old William's door is open. Perhaps we'd better look there first.
I'll go down the hall and see if young Caleb and Marie are all right.
Oh, Margot, wait.
Why? What is it?
There's no need of going there. I've found the victim.
Who is it, Lamont?
It's old Williams.
Oh, no.
He's been shot through the head.
Lamont, who is the murderer? Have you any idea?
Not yet. It can be any one of the 3 of them.
Why should old Williams have been killed?
Because he knew the whereabouts of the missing will. The person who was listening at the window when the Shadow talked to Williams must have come back to learn his secret.
And do you think that person found it out? Do you think the old man talked?
I have an idea that he did. If I could only solve that riddle, search the place where my soul will rest. That's the key to the mystery, Margot.
Yes, I know, Lamont.
Do you want to come into the study with me while I inspect old Caleb's corpse again?
Well, I'm not keen on it, but I'd rather not be alone either.
I just want to take another look at the placement of the knife in the old man's chest. I've just had a fantastic notion about his stabbing that... Margot.
What?
The knife is gone.
Gone?
Yes. Our murderer has wasted no time in covering up.
But how could the killer get in here?
There are plenty of opportunities. Margot, this chap Paul, what can you tell me about him?
Well, Lamont, you don't suspect him.
I suspect all three of them. Now, what can you tell me?
Why, I've known Paul all my life. He couldn't have killed his father. I know it. We played together as children right here on this estate. We used to have treasure hunts in the Devil's Playground, and, oh, Lamont, it's ridiculous.
Margot, where did you say you played?
The Devil's Playground. It's a large cave up above the brook.
Margot, that's it. That solves the riddle.
What are you talking about?
Search the place where my soul will rest. That's what Caleb Sr. meant, Margot. I'm sure of it. The Devil's Playground.
Lamont, if you're right, that's where the will is hidden.
Exactly. And before many more moments, the Shadow has an appointment there with a murderer.
I demand to know why you're here in the Devil's Playground, Paul.
For the same reason that you're here, my dear stepmother.
Then you followed me, didn't you?
No, that wasn't necessary. I know this place very well.
And you've come here seeking the will?
Exactly.
You'll never get it, do you understand?
Oh, so you found it.
Yes. I found the will, and I'm going to keep it.
What was that?
You'll forgive my intrusion, I hope.
Who spoke? Who was that?
I am known as the Shadow.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Don't worry too much, Marie. No one has ever seen this fellow. What do you want here, Shadow?
Well, my clever friend, I've come in quest of a murderer. And I believe my search is ended.
What do you mean?
One of you has come here because of the information that you learned from old Williams. Now, which of you is that one?
Not I.
Nor I.
Obviously, one of you is lying. Well, we'll switch to the next point of deduction. The search. The search for the murderer's gun. I'm sure that neither of you will object to this, so we'll just proceed.
What makes you so positive, Shadow?
But don't you see, Mrs. Mackenzie? This is your chance
I
to...
warn you, don't come near me.
Why not, Mrs. Mackenzie? Is it because you're afraid I'll find that gun? Answer my question, Mrs. Mackenzie.
Very well. This is my answer.
Marie, you have the gun.
Yes. So keep away from me, both of you. You particularly, Mr. Shadow. I don't like your inquisitive spirit.
You forget I have the advantage of invisibility.
I think this gun will remove that so-called advantage.
So, you wish to add me to your list of victims, Mrs. Mackenzie?
I can't believe that she's the killer.
That is the same gun that shot Damon and old Williams, isn't it, Mrs. Mackenzie?
If you're that clever, you shouldn't have to ask, Shadow.
Why did you do it, Marie?
I'll answer that. Damon was unfortunate enough to be in her way, and old Williams was killed when he revealed the hiding place of the will. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
You also feared that they might be named in the will as your husband's legatees, didn't you?
Very interesting. Go on.
But what of Dad? And she murdered him, too.
No, I don't believe so.
She didn't murder Dad?
No, but she thought that her son Caleb did.
That's not true. My boy had nothing to do with my husband's murder, nor did I. I admit I did kill Damon Williams, but I had nothing to do with the first murder.
Well, then who did?
You. You did, Paul.
Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. You can't frame me for your crime.
Just a moment. I don't think either of you is guilty of the murder of Caleb Sr.
Then who did do it, Shadow?
We should learn presently.
I've heard enough. I'm leaving here, and neither of you had better try to stop me.
Put down that gun, Marie.
I'm sorry, Paul, but you'll be the first to go.
Marie, don't, you fool!
Give me that gun, Mrs. Mackenzie.
No. Oh.
Thank you, Shadow, for saving my life. Whatever it's worth.
If you don't mind, I'll take that copy of the will, too.
Give me that. Give it back to me.
Hold up, Paul. Now, let's have a look at this precious paper.
Let go of me, Paul. Let go of me.
Listen to me, Mrs. Mackenzie. I have something to read to you. I'm sure its irony will point out a lesson, even to you. As I've said, you thought that your son, Caleb, killed your husband. To protect him and your share in the fortune, you murdered two men. Now, attached to this will, I find a single slip of paper signed by Caleb Mackenzie Sr. Listen to what it says. When you read this, I shall have committed suicide.
What?
In my will, you shall learn that I have left my entire fortune to my wife, Marie, and her son, Caleb Jr.
Oh, no. No.
Do you get the moral, Mrs. Mackenzie? It's one that I can't repeat too often. Crime does not pay.
And now, before we hear from the Shadow again, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Say, Mr. Barclay, may I ask you a question?
Certainly, Mr. King.
Well, I've often heard you mention the check damper on the furnace, and I've never quite understood what function it performs. Is it really necessary?
Mr. King, the best way I can explain the function of the check damper is by comparing it to the accelerator on your car. You know how you press down on the accelerator when you want to go faster.
Well, you mean that the check damper speeds up the burning of the coal?
Precisely. When you want your furnace to produce more heat, you just close the check damper. And when you want the coal to burn slower, you open the check damper.
Oh, I see, Mr. Barclay. Well, I should say the check damper is very important.
Mr. King, the check damper is so important that anyone whose heating plant is not equipped with one should have it installed immediately.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barclay. Now I know what it's all about.
Glad to help you out, Mr. King. And if any of you listeners have a heating plant without a check damper, or if you have a heating problem, here's what you do. Simply call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Tell him you'd like the advice of a John Barclay trained serviceman. This service is free. Thank you.
Today's anniversary program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine, which, like this program, is also celebrating its 10th birthday. And at this time, I'd like to thank all of you Shadow fans for the loyal support you've given us during the past 10 years. We will continue to present these Shadow dramatizations, and in return, we hope we can count on numbering you among the listeners to our future broadcasts. The characters, names, places, and plot of today's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Next week, same time, same station. The Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you one of the most amazing adventures the Shadow has ever experienced.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Be sure to listen next week. Your friendly Blue Coal Dealers presentation of The Shadow. And for greater heating comfort at less cost, remember Blue Coal. This is Gene Paul King saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Doris. Thanks for the call, but tonight is out for me. I'm working for a businessman who was killed off his competition, and the question is, did he do it literally?
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the widow's gorilla. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft salad oil. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft salad oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft salad oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft salad oil. Now, the case of the widow's gorilla. It's late Sunday night in the New York apartment of novelty manufacturer Raymond Orsatti. Orsatti is the stout middle-aged man who at the moment is opening a desk drawer in the study of the apartment, out of which he takes a revolver. He breaks the revolver, sees that it's loaded, closes it, and is raising it to his head when he hears a sound behind him. He turns to see his wife Lois standing in the doorway.
Raymond! What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Give me that gun.
Stay away from me.
Please, Raymond, let me have it.
I said stay away or you'll really get hurt.
Won't you listen to reason?
What can you say? Business is ruined. Kendrick's got the best of me. There's nothing left.
Are you just going to quit? Let him win so easily?
He's already won. Driven me to the wall. There's nothing I can do.
There must be something.
Bankruptcy. Disgrace.
If you'd just stop feeling sorry for yourself and really work at it, you'd find a way out.
How?
Don't ask me. You're the brains.
I tell you it's no use. Only other way out would... Hey, wait a minute. That's an idea. If Kendrick would fall for it.
What is it?
Yes, it's a possibility.
What is? What are you talking about?
You'll see if it works. Have to figure out how to present it to Kendrick. He might just go for it. He just might. Well, there's the proposition, Kendrick. What do you say?
Is that all you have to offer?
All? Look, it's all in your favor. Everything the way
Sorry,
you...
Orsatti, I'm not interested.
But don't you see...
It's not worth discussing. When you asked me to come over this morning, I thought you had a worthwhile offer. I can't waste my time on this. Good day, Orsatti.
No, Kendrick, wait.
Perhaps your time isn't valuable, Orsatti. Mine is. Good day again.
I might have known he wouldn't be interested. I should have known. Why do I try to kid myself? What's the use? Dear Lois, it's no use. I knew that it wouldn't be, but I tried to pretend. I'm sorry about everything, but there's only one way out. You took the gun last night, but you didn't know I have another. Try to forgive me. Ray.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Kendrick.
Hey, you know something?
What?
You look an awful lot like the Falcon.
Oh, it's the shape of my face.
It's amazing. I've seen pictures of him.
Will you please tell Mr. Kendrick I'm here? He's expecting me.
Your name?
Michael Waring.
Yes, sir. Michael Waring. You are the Falcon.
Yes, small world, isn't it? Now, will you tell Kendrick...
I'm going out for a few minutes. If Mr. Waring comes, ask him to wait.
This is Mr. Waring.
Oh, fine. I'm not going out after all. Come on in, Waring.
Right.
And if anyone else comes, I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Now, Waring, I guess you wonder what a man like me wants with a detective.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Happens in the best of families.
What happens?
Needing detectives.
Oh, that. Thought you meant murder. I wondered how you knew.
Oh, so that's why I'm here.
Yes. The police just left. You'll read about it in the paper tomorrow.
What'll I read?
I have a nice little business here, Waring. Been growing steadily the past few years. This week, I drove my chief competitor, Raymond Orsatti, to the wall. Bankruptcy.
Well, bully for you.
Got a call from him this morning. Could I come right over? I went. What he offered was a merger. I don't need him. He needs me.
Well?
Well, I told him I wasn't interested and left. An hour later, he's found, shot through the head.
Well, that's one way to get rid of competition.
I didn't do it.
All right, chum, all right.
But the medical examiner says he got it right around the time I was there.
But he was alive when you left.
Definitely. Only I have no proof. But I have a theory, Waring. See what you think of it.
All right.
I say suicide.
Was there a note?
They didn't find any. But here's the way I see it. Orsatti knew he was licked and blames me. He decides to give up and shoots himself, but he does it in a way to get back at me. He calls me on a silly pretext, waits till I leave, and then kills himself. Intentionally leaving no note, so I'll be blamed. You don't buy it?
Oh, it's possible. Who found the body?
Leonard Stribling. He arrived an hour after me.
You know anything about Stribling?
I understand he's a bookie. Orsatti liked the horses.
All right, Kendrick, I'll drop round and see Stribling. You're playing a long shot, and I have an idea he's just the boy to quote me the odds. Hello, my name's Mike Waring. I'd like to see Leonard Stribling, please.
I'm Stribling.
The bookie?
Look around you, Waring. Look around you. Can't you see this is a loan office?
It's convenient. You clean them, lend them the money, and then clean them all over again. Get them coming and going.
You got the wrong Leonard Stribling.
Didn't you find Raymond Orsatti's body?
So what?
I've got the right Leonard Stribling.
Look, I don't know what you want, Waring, but whatever it is, you're wasting your time. The law's had me on the grill already, and I'm clear. Orsatti was killed an hour before I went up to his place, and I can account for every second of that hour with witnesses.
So you didn't kill him? What's the chances he killed himself?
Suicide?
Mm-hmm. Are you sure there wasn't a note?
Who are you working for, Waring? Insurance company?
What insurance company?
Orsatti's. He had a 30-grand policy, didn't you know?
Oh, I'm just beginning. Tell me more.
Oh. You tell me. Who are you working for?
That's no secret. Kendrick.
Kendrick, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Very good.
You like that?
Come on in here, Waring.
Okay.
Now, look, Kendrick is in this kind of deep,
So?
Well, suppose there was a note. A suicide note. I don't say there was, but if there was, that'd be all the proof Kendrick would need that he didn't knock off Orsatti, right?
Right.
A note like that ought to be worth a lot to Kendrick.
How much?
Don't ask me. Kendrick's the only one who can answer that, but before he starts figuring, maybe you'd better remind him that he's not the only one who'd be interested in the note.
Who else?
Orsatti's widow.
Why, suicide clause?
You guessed it, chum. The clause is in effect. If Orsatti killed himself, the insurance is void, meaning that Mrs. O is out a cool 30 grand.
I get the picture.
Good. Show it to Kendrick. He may appreciate art, too.
Yes?
Are you Lois Orsatti?
Yes?
My name's Mike Waring. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. May I come in?
What's it about?
Your husband's death.
I don't want to think about it anymore. You'll have to go.
Now, I know how you feel. But before I go, I thought you might like to know I've just seen Leonard Stribling.
What of it?
He tried to sell me your husband's suicide note.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Orsatti. Stribling says your husband killed himself. And he's dickering with you to sell you the note so you can cash in on the insurance.
That's a lie. I haven't seen Stribling.
Well, then you will. He wants to get us bidding against each other.
What's your interest in the note?
Well, it could save me a lot of trouble. If you buy it, you're just going to wind up in a jam with the insurance company.
What an awful thing to say. To suggest that I'd do such a thing. It isn't enough what I've gone through. You have to come here, make such accusations.
I didn't accuse. I advised.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure. So long.
Marbury. Marbury, come here.
Yeah, Mrs. Orsatti. What's the trouble?
A man just left. Michael Waring. You can catch him before he reaches the street. I want you to see that he doesn't get to Stribling. If he tries to stop him, I don't care what you do, only stop him. You understand?
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Lois Orsatti ordered Marbury to keep Mike from strippling. Now, in a restaurant, Mike enters a phone booth to put in a call to his client. As he dials, Mike looks through the glass door and sees Marbury earnestly studying the pages of a telephone book and from time to time shooting glances at Mike that are meant to be unnoticed.
Hello?
Kendrick?
Yes.
Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. Any luck?
Yeah, you were right. Looks like Orsatti killed himself.
I knew it.
But you were also wrong.
What's that?
You said Orsatti didn't leave a note because he wanted you blamed.
Uh-huh.
Well, there is a note.
There is?
So Stribling claims. So what becomes of your theory?
Well, it's still suicide. But Stribling told the police there wasn't any note.
Yeah, because he wants to peddle it to the highest bidder.
Oh, but who else would be interested?
Mrs. Orsatti. I tried to talk her out of the deal, but no dice. She put a tail on me.
What?
Yeah, flat-faced Joe who's making such a production of being inconspicuous that he stands out like an overcoat in July. He's right outside this phone booth waiting to pick me up again.
What are you going to do?
Have dinner. I'm hungry.
All right, Waring, but about that note, I'm willing to pay. I don't like being involved with murder.
And I don't like blackmail. I'll go up and see Stribling as soon as I finish dinner.
And the man who's following you?
Well, if he's still with me after dinner, I'll call him on it. If he's as bad a liar as he is a tale, I should learn plenty. All right, chum, what are we playing?
Huh?
You've been following me ever since I left Orsatti's.
You own the sidewalk?
Well, considering taxes, sometimes I wonder.
You want to walk, you walk. I want to walk, I walk. It doesn't say somebody's following somebody.
All right, walk. I'll wait here.
I'll walk when I feel like it.
You mean when I feel like it? Now, look, chum, I've been in this racket long enough to know when I'm being tailed.
In that case, you've been in the racket long enough to be familiar with one of these.
Oh, gun? Yes.
Well, turn around. Go on.
Now?
Start walking.
Where to?
Straight ahead. Remember, I'm right behind you.
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not likely to forget. You know, I'm sorry you're so attached to me. I'm really not your type at all.
Maybe you have a point. Turn into that alley. All right, now stop.
I have an idea this is the part I don't like.
Don't like? You love it. This is where I leave you. That's where you want it, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
Only before I go, I better say goodbye like so.
All right, pal, on your feet.
Oh, hello, officer.
Come on, get up.
Oh, well, I'll try.
Them as can't handle it shouldn't touch it.
What?
You heard me.
You think I'm drunk?
No, that aroma issuing from you is doubtless genuine attar of roses.
What? Oh, yeah, he must have doused the stuff on me.
Oh, you didn't drink it. Somebody doused you, huh?
Now, look, officer, I was sapped. Here's the lump if you want to feel it.
Hey, neat job. Right back of the ear. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, maybe. What time is it, officer?
A little after 8.
Then I've only been out a few minutes. There may still be time.
Huh?
The thug obviously works for Mrs. Orsatti. I thought I could scare her into tossing in her hand, but the strong arm act means she's shooting for the pot. That means I've got to work fast.
What'd you say?
She wants to beat me to a deal with Stribling. But if she gets that note, I'm cooked. When the gavel comes down, I have to be a high bidder. I've got to get up there.
All right, pal, run along. You're not drunk. You're crazy.
Harrison Apartments. Callahan 308. Just a moment, I connect you. Yes, sir. Now what can I do for you?
What apartment is Stribling's? I want to talk to him.
I'm afraid that is impossible, sir. He's not seeing anyone.
But he'll see me.
I do not think so, sir.
Why not?
Mr. Stribling is dead.
Oh, you again.
That's right, Mrs. Orsatti.
What do you want this time?
The thug. Where is he?
Thug?
The character who followed me when I left here before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do know what I'm talking about. He didn't tail me here. He did tail me from here. You must be the link.
Now, see here, Mr. Waring.
Yeah, I know. This is no way to talk to a poor bereaved widow. But it so happens I've just been slugged by the poor widow's gorilla. And a thing like that doesn't put me on my best behavior. Now, where is he?
Look, if you don't stop bothering me, I'm going to call the police.
Oh, don't bother. They'll be around. I've already talked to them.
You what?
I told you were flirting with trouble. Well, the trouble's here. There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yeah, murder. And your playmate may have some of the answers on it, so where can I find him?
How many times do I have to tell you?
All right. I keep thinking you listen to reason, but I see you're determined to do it the hard way. So I might as well run along. I'm just wasting my time here.
I'm glad you finally realized that. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Hello. Oh, yes, Waring. I've been trying to reach you. I want to know what I owe you so we can settle up.
What, you mean I'm canned?
No, it's just I don't need your services anymore.
How come?
Have you seen Stribling tonight?
Yeah.
Well, didn't he tell you?
No, he's not in a talkative mood. What should he have told me?
About the note.
What about it?
I got it from him.
You what?
I have Orsatti's suicide note. Got it from Stribling tonight. So you can see, as far as you're concerned, the case is closed.
Well, maybe, Kendrick. But as far as you're concerned, believe me, it's just starting. This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It is 20 minutes since Kendrick told Mike over the phone about having Orsatti's suicide note. And since he has the note, Kendrick thinks he no longer needs Mike. But Mike has different ideas on the subject, and he's gone over to Kendrick's to present them.
So you say you bought the note from Stribling?
That's right, Waring. I don't see why you're so excited about it.
No?
No, the note's conclusive. Unmistakably in Orsatti's handwriting.
All right, Kendrick. You've proved you didn't kill Orsatti. Now, what about Stribling?
Huh? What about him?
I suppose you don't know that he was killed tonight.
What? Good heavens.
Yes. You walk out of one murder rap right into another. So it looks like my services are still very much required.
You're not joking?
When I work for Yox, Kendrick, I pull cuter stuff than this.
What'll we do?
First, a quick run-through to see where we stand. Like, why did you go up to Stribling's? I told you I'd handle it.
He called me right after you did. Wanted to know how much I'd pay. He claimed Mrs. Orsatti had offered $15,000. I offered $20,000.
And you took it right over to him?
That's right.
When'd you get there?
Around 7:30.
How long did you stay?
5, 10 minutes.
Oh, great. You were there right around the time he was killed.
Oh, no.
The neighbors heard the shots.
He was alive when I left.
Yes, and was killed right after, 7:40. You're in a rut. Orsatti and Stribling. Right back where you started, only this time there's no note.
There may be another difference, too.
Oh, what's that?
It was known that I was up at Orsatti's. Possibly no one knows I went to Stribling's.
I know.
Except you. Look, I'm scared to death of a murder charge, Waring. I paid $20,000 already to clear myself of one. How much do you want?
You save your pennies, Kendrick. I'll work for my 50 a day plus expenses. And if I can't clear you that way, you better have cash on hand for a good lawyer.
You've got to clear me.
All right, then let me do it my way. I'm going to make one last attempt at getting Lois Orsatti to talk. Oh, and you better come with me. I want to keep my eye on you.
Why?
Because Mrs. Orsatti has a gorilla working for her. And if she gets the idea you have the note, he may come calling. And take my word for it, Kendrick, you wouldn't enjoy the visit. All right, here we are, 412. Now, remember, Kendrick, let me do the talking.
All right, Waring.
Now, just one thing before we go in. Did you ever meet Stribling before tonight?
No. Why?
Oh, good. Let me...
Oh, not you again.
Yes, and this time I'm coming in.
I see you are. What do I have to do?
Just be your charming self.
All right, let's get this over with, once and for all.
That suits me fine. You know Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, I know him. He killed my husband.
Now, see here, Mrs. Orsatti.
I'll handle it, Kendrick. Mrs. Orsatti, I told you your husband killed himself. Now we have proof.
Then Kendrick drove him to it.
It was strictly business, up and up. If your husband wasn't...
Kendrick, I'll handle it.
Sorry.
Mrs. Orsatti, your husband killed himself. We have a note to prove it.
You have it?
Yes, right here. Don't touch. But you can see it's in your husband's handwriting.
Where did you get it?
From Stribling.
You killed him for it.
Who told you he's dead?
The police were here.
Oh, I see.
Yes, they were here, all right. It's not enough I've lost a husband. No, all day long. You and the police and you.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, I could have more sympathy with you if you weren't involved with that gorilla. And if you didn't lie about your dealings with Stribling.
I didn't have any dealings with Stribling.
He said different.
He was lying.
I doubt it. He wouldn't have closed a deal with us until he'd heard your last offer.
He didn't close the deal. You killed him. That's how you got the note.
What makes you so sure?
Because he obviously was killed for the note, and you've got it.
Well, that's nice going, Mrs. Orsatti. But there's one hitch.
What's that?
Kendrick never met Stribling before. So when he bought the note, how do we know he bought it from Stribling?
What?
Waring, you mean that wasn't Stribling?
Someone could have killed Stribling for the note, then sold it to you pretending to be Stribling.
But who?
Well, obviously not you, Mrs. Orsatti. You couldn't have masqueraded as a man. But your gorilla...
I've told you.
You told me you don't know the gorilla. But there's a good possibility that he's a murderer. Now, if you want to keep on covering for him, you may wind up as an accessory.
I didn't have anything to do with the murder.
But you did have something to do with the murderer. And if you don't talk now, we'll still prove it when we find him. After all, I've seen him. I've described him to the police. Now it's just a matter of time.
What do you want me to do?
Tell us his name. Tell us where we can find him.
All right. But you understand I didn't know he was going to kill Stribling.
Uh-huh.
Stribling phoned me. Said he had something that I might be interested in. I hired Marbury to find out about it, and that's all.
Marbury, so that's his name?
Yes, Jack Marbury.
Right.
But I didn't know he'd commit murder. I'm still not sure that he did. All I know is when you came, I ordered him to follow you. Later he called back, said he followed you home.
Home?
That's what he said. Then he said he went up to Stribling's, but just as he got to the door, he heard a shot.
Oh, we heard the shot.
That's what he said.
Looks like you've hit it, Waring. He was lying to her. He went up, killed Stribling for the note, sold it to me.
Mm-hmm. Where can we find him, Mrs. Orsatti?
Well, perhaps if you'd try...
You're looking for me.
Marbury!
Reach, all of you. I saw Waring come in here, so I went around the back. I thought you might need me, sweetheart, but I was wrong. You don't need me. What you need is a good smack in the teeth.
Waring is going for it.
Yeah, now's my chance.
Good, Waring. You knocked him out. But he's not.
Not the one who sold you the note? I didn't think he would be.
But you said...
I know what I said, because I was trying to catch a murderer. And you know, Kendrick, looks like I did.
Yes? Who?
Kendrick, it's obvious. The broken-hearted widow, Lois Orsatti.
Yes?
Mr. Waring is here.
All right, send him in. Hello, Waring. Come in. Sit down.
Thanks, Kendrick. Well, I got the whole story out of her at headquarters.
Good. One thing I still don't understand, Waring. Maybe you can explain.
What's that?
Why'd she do it? The note was what everyone was after. Killing Stribling didn't get it for her.
She wanted the note because she'd lose $30,000 if it fell into your hands.
Precisely.
But Stribling called her, told her you had offered $20,000 cash.
Yes?
Well, she couldn't see topping your bid. What she'd have left out of $30 wouldn't be worth the risk.
Mm-hmm.
But she knew $20,000 in cash would be changing hands at Stribling's. So she went there with a gun to collect it. She figured if she couldn't protect her $30, she'd settle for your $20.
I see.
She knew Stribling would be in no position to call Copper, so it seemed safe. Only he put up a struggle, and she had to shoot him.
Uh-huh. And just how did you know it was she?
Well, first of all, I didn't think it was you.
Flattering. Why not?
Well, you were just trying to clear yourself of one murder rap. I couldn't see you exposing yourself to another, just to wipe out the first.
Very well, you've cleared me. Still, that doesn't prove...
Well, you didn't do it. I knew Marbury didn't.
How'd you know Marbury didn't?
Well, because Stribling was killed at 7:40, and it so happens that at that exact time, Marbury was sitting across from me in a restaurant, keeping an eye on me.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So that left Mrs. Orsatti. Of course, there was the outside chance that the job was pulled by someone not directly involved in the case. But I squashed that by giving Mrs. Orsatti a chance to finger Marbury.
And she fell for it.
Well, she figured the more fall guys she had lined up, the safer she'd be. But when she tried to place Marbury at Stribling's at the time of the shooting, that proved she was lying.
Very good, Waring. Very good indeed. And now, here's your check.
Thank you.
And I guess that's just about all, huh?
Uh-huh. Oh, just one more thing.
What's that?
So what's the name of that cute little secretary of yours?
Her name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Mrs. Kendrick.
Oh. Well, as you were saying, Kendrick, I guess that's just about all, huh? So long.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the thrilling NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 7, Midnight for Danger.
When I began Assignment 7, I did not know that a watch, a thick, rather ordinary, quite cheap Swiss watch, could hold the secret not only of time, but of death. It is an axiom of spies that the best place to hide a needle is not in a haystack, but in a needle shop. In the city of Basel in Switzerland, a country famous for its watches, the equivalent of a needle shop is a clock store. A quaint, rather ordinary, quite cheap. Clock store. Could I be waited on, please?
Fräulein, excuse me. I did not hear you. Come in.
I'm interested in a watch in your window.
Certainly, Fräulein. Which one?
That one.
Ah, that is a beauty. Fräulein has excellent taste.
No. The one beside it.
This one?
Yes.
But, Fräulein, this is a man's watch.
I am aware of that.
May I ask why you fancy this particular watch?
Because of the time it tells.
Which is?
Exactly correct.
Where?
New York City. But it is exactly 1 o'clock.
So at last you have come.
Yes.
Who are you?
I'm the Baroness Karen Geiser, formerly of Vienna.
My name is Jura, Erich Jura.
Before we talk, can we get this signal business straight?
That white clock will always be in my window.
Yes.
When it is set at 5 o'clock, you may come in. 12 o'clock means danger. Break contact.
5 o'clock, all clear. 12 o'clock, danger.
And break contact.
If I break contact with you, is there anyone else I can call?
Yes, a man named Paul Hammerlein. Yes. He's young, strong, speaks perfect German. I'll write down the telephone number.
Oh, never write anything down. Tell it to me.
2007.
Again, please.
2007. Oh, Fräulein, for weeks now I have been waiting for...
Wait, can you recommend a safe place for me to stay? The hotel is too public.
At the house of my cousin. Her name is Meltzner.
Meltzner?
73 Missionsstrasse.
Can she be trusted?
Yes, all she cares about is pig's knuckles and waltzes.
Does she know about you?
She knows nothing about anything except cooking.
And she has a room to rent?
You may go there from here. I will say that you are a customer on a vacation and that you inquired about a home.
Good. Now about Operation Dust.
Gottes Willen, not so loud, Fräulein, please.
Aren't we alone?
We are alone, but the very walls have ears.
Herr Jura, a spy without courage is useless.
Fräulein, I am no longer young. I have arthritis, my hearing is bad. Spying is for men who are strong. After all, your country is at war with Germany. What you do for patriotism. I am tired, I am sick. When one is sitting on a secret like Operation Das, it is like living with a time bomb that will blow up any minute.
Well, what is Operation Das?
You mean you don't know?
Oh, look, I was told to look for a clock shop in Basel that had in the window a man's watch set at New York time. I was told I would be given Operation Das, and that I was to transmit it by code to London at once.
In the German language, Das is the neuter pronoun.
Meaning?
Neuter or neutral.
I do not understand.
Operation Das is the deliberate plan of Germany to brutally and without conscience...
There's someone at the door.
Fräulein, I guarantee this watch will keep perfect time. Perfect.
I'm sure it will.
Let me set it for you. 3 minutes after 6. There. I'm sure it will be satisfactory.
Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Herr Jura?
Yes.
An identification, State Security Police. You will come with me, please.
Oh, why? I have done nothing.
It is only a routine examination concerning your foreign exchange license.
But I am alone here. There is no one to watch the shop.
You will come now, Herr Jura. Now.
For an instant, I thought Herr Jura would faint with terror. His hands, swollen with arthritis, shook uncontrollably. He looked at me, a long, pleading look, as though he was trying to tell me something. Then he turned and followed the policeman out of the shop. When I finally looked at the watch he had given me, I saw it was set at 12. 12 o'clock. Danger.
This is the room here, Fräulein.
Thank you, Frau Meltzer. It looks very pleasant. I'm grateful to Herr Jura for recommending you.
Ah, that cousin of mine. All he does is worry. Eat and laugh. That is my recipe.
It's a good one.
Ah, you are thin, my child. I'll fatten you up. You wait. None of these foolish French breakfasts. Hot pfannkuchen, jam, cheese, eggs. Something to start the day right. I don't say everybody should weigh 200 pounds like me, but young girls should
Frau
have...
Meltner, I'm tired. I like to lie down a moment.
Oh, forgive me. Talking is my hobby. And, Fräulein, if you do use the telephone, make a note, please.
A note?
For the bill. Oh, I know you young girls, always calling up men. Now, when I was a girl, well...
The men called you.
They besieged me, and there was always enough of me to go around. Fräulein, you see, I have no daughters. If there is anything I can do for you, just ask.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have your nap. I will see you later.
All right.
So, did you get her to take the room?
Of course. She's resting now.
What did you find out?
Nothing yet.
Who is she?
Her name is Geza, Baroness Karen Geza. She is traveling on a stateless person permit.
Why?
Give me time, will you? Don't I always get what you want?
We picked up Jura.
Good. Where did you take him?
Across the border. He's in Germany now.
Does he know about Operation Das?
I'll beat it out of him if he does. He has arthritis. The least touch and he screams. What's that?
Telephone. She's phoning. Pick up the receiver, quickly. Hold it so we can both hear. Shh. Keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
Hello?
Paul Hammerline, please.
Speaking.
My name is Geza. Karen Geza. Herr Jura, the watchmaker, gave me your name. He gave me a watch, too. Set at danger.
12 o'clock?
Yes.
Meet me in an hour at the Schiefenecker Café. It's a little bustle at the head of the Greifengasse.
How will I know you?
I am tall and blond. I will hold the white handkerchief in my left hand, and I wear horn-rimmed glasses. Have you got that?
Horn-rimmed glasses?
Yeah.
A white handkerchief in your left hand. Yes.
In an hour, then.
Yes. Goodbye.
They've hung up.
An ingenious device, Frau Melzner. My compliment.
Thank you.
Who is Paul Hammerlein?
A friend of old Jura's. For weeks I have suspected him of working for the British. He's... wait a minute.
Yes?
She has never seen him. He is tall and blond. Except for the glasses, the description could fit you, Fritz.
You mean?
Why not? She doesn't know Hamlein. She doesn't know you.
So I trade places with him?
Yeah. He lives at 11 Freisterstrasse. If you want to stop him, you'd better hurry. They said in an hour at the Schiefenecker Café.
Oh, it's risky.
With one blow, I could finish Hamlein myself. Now, you pick her up at the café and across the border to Germany. And remember, a white handkerchief in your left hand.
Hamlein wears glasses. Where can I get horn-rimmed glasses at this hour?
Take his.
That is all I know, Herr Hammerlein. The state security police came into the clock shop and took you away.
Oh, they will probably let him go in the morning.
What do you know about Operation Das?
Fräulein, please. Even to say the words is dangerous. Oh. We can talk in my car. Let me drive you home.
You have a car?
Park right outside.
Weren't we supposed to turn left back there?
Left?
Yes. Frau Melzner lives on Missionsstrasse. I thought...
Fräulein, I've lived in Basel all my life.
But this road leads to the border station.
Believe me, Fräulein, I know Basel like the palm of my hand.
But we are coming to the river, to the bridge.
Shortcut, that's all.
We do not cross a bridge to go to Frau Melzner's house.
We cross this one.
I see.
What are you doing?
I dropped my gloves.
Then pick them up. What up? Give me the key. Get away from the door. Fräulein, come back. Come back or I shoot. Herrgott, she jumped.
Idiot, bungler, verfluchte Hazel.
Before I could stop her, she was out of the car.
You should have shot her.
Oh, she pretended she dropped her gloves. Before I realized it, she turned off the ignition and taken the key. I was wearing Hamelein's glasses and I couldn't see. Besides, a 20-foot fall into the Rhine from that bridge is better than a bullet.
You should have searched. You should have found her.
She jumped from the middle of the bridge. She's dead, I tell you. She is dead.
How long has she been in the respirator, Charlie?
Almost 2 hours, Doc.
Who found her?
The police. They saw her jump from the bridge, sir.
Suicide?
Could be.
I wonder why.
Dames.
Well, she's coming round now. Turn off the respirator.
Yeah, sure thing, Doc.
Where am I?
You're safe.
Where am I?
It's all right. You're in a hospital.
In Switzerland.
Where else?
Oh, thank God.
That won't do any good.
Please, you've got
Now,
to...
take it easy, baby. Take it easy.
You don't understand.
You're all right now. You're safe.
Please, telephone. 2007. A man named Paul Hammerline. If he answers, tell him where I am.
2007.
Yes.
Paul Hammerline. All right.
And my landlady, Frau Messner. 73 Missionstrasse.
I'll phone immediately.
Tell her I'm safe. Tell her not to worry.
I don't believe it. To jump 20 feet into the middle of the Rhine and live?
Believe what you like. They brought her home from the hospital this morning. Some English doctor phoned last night. She was afraid I'd worry.
Is she still in bed?
Yes, and eating a hearty lunch.
Does she suspect you?
No.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. How about Yura?
Every time we touch him, he faints. We have learned nothing.
Then break him. You've done this before.
You cannot make an unconscious man talk.
You fool! A half-crippled old man. A slip of a girl.
She's in your house.
Keep your voice down. She'll hear you. We mustn't panic. But please, get it out of Yura. Has he told her? Where is it? We've got to know quickly.
Frau Melzer?
Doctor is coming any minute. Go out the back way.
Yes.
I'll keep her in bed as long as I can.
I'll go back and work on Yura.
Frau Melzer?
Coming. Just a minute.
That was a delicious lunch, Frau Melzer. You're feeding me like a truck driver.
Poor Karen. You look so pale. Here, let me take the tray. There. Now, how do you feel?
Just wonderful. I should like to get up.
Tomorrow.
Oh, but I feel fine, honestly.
Tomorrow you will feel finer. You have had a bad shock.
But I'm so much trouble to you.
My dear child, having you in the house is... Well, it is nice for me to have a young girl to fuss over.
Why are you so good to me?
Oh, it is nothing. I love to cook, and when there is only me to eat it, I get fat. And when I get fat... Oh, that must be the doctor.
Oh, Frau Melzer, my bed jacket, quick, the blue one.
Yeah.
And my comb, and the perfume, please.
Oh, he's only a doctor. Besides, Karen, you look delicious.
So that's my story. Battalion Surgeon, 5th Lancashire Regiment. Charlie and I escaped out of Germany. The Swiss police interned us for the duration.
You are a prisoner?
On parole. The Swiss are very jealous of their neutrality. I'm free to move around. Glad to work at the hospital. It's better than sitting in a cell somewhere.
It should be easy to get out of Basel.
In return for being allowed to move around and work, I promised I wouldn't try.
I see.
May I ask you a personal question?
What kind of a question?
Did you, well, why would a woman like you jump off a bridge?
Dr. St. George, I have known sadness, yes. My husband was murdered by the Nazis. Our palace in Vienna was sacked. But I still believe in the future. Believe me, I did not try to commit suicide. And that is all I will tell you.
I'm very glad. Now I have a prescription.
Oh, no. Not more medicine, please.
No, dinner with me tonight at the casino.
Doctor's orders?
Correct.
Then I shall be obedient.
I'll call for you at 7. Sure you feel strong enough?
I feel wonderful, and I'll be ready.
Till 7, then.
Goodbye, Doctor. Two, 0, 0, 7. Please, God, let him answer. Let him be in this time. Please.
Aren't you enjoying yourself?
Well, of course I am.
You seem so preoccupied.
I'm sorry.
More champagne.
Thank you.
I have a toast. To you for jumping into my life.
May I change it?
Of course.
To a brave old man who was afraid.
Who?
He ran a watch shop.
Did he give you that watch?
Yes. And every time I look at it, I wonder what happened to him.
Herr Jura, this is so foolish. We know a microfilm on Operation Daz was in your possession until 3 days ago. Now, where is it?
I don't...
All right, since you insist.
No, please, don't touch me again.
Where is it?
No. I'll tell.
Where is it?
It's in her watch. It's concealed in the case of a watch I gave her in the shop when you picked me up. Now leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
What kind of a watch?
A wristwatch. A man's wristwatch.
Good. Now one more question, Herr Jura.
No.
Hamelin, the man in the cell with you. Did you help him to escape? Where would he go?
Oh, no, I...
Did you tell him about the watch? Oh, be quiet, I said. Frau Melzner? Jura talked. Yes. A microfilm on Operation Daz is concealed in the wristwatch the girl is wearing. A man's wristwatch, get it? She's out. Where? The casino. Listen, get Otto and Hans. Meet me at the casino in 30 minutes.
Doctor, it's getting late.
Would you like to leave?
I'm afraid I am not in the mood for dancing and champagne.
I wish you'd tell me what's bothering you.
I wish I could. Believe me, I wish I could.
What is it?
That man. The tall, fair one. He's the one who tried to kidnap me.
Kidnap you?
Yes. The Gestapo.
Karen.
And the one with him is the man who arrested Herr Jura in the watchmaker's shop.
Are they after you?
Yes.
Can I help?
If only we had a car. If only we could make a dash for it.
Waitress, will you bring me the telephone, please?
What are you going to do?
Oh, trust me, will you?
You don't understand. These men are insane. They are desperate. They kill and they murder. They stop at nothing.
Steady.
Here is your telephone, sir. Just a moment, sir, till I plug it in. Go ahead, sir.
Not the police.
No.
Then who?
You want a car, don't you? Hello? Dr. St. George here. I'm at the casino. Yes. I want an ambulance in a hurry. Send Charlie with it. Yes. Tell him the bases are loaded. Oh, never mind. Just tell him to hurry.
How long will it take?
About 10 minutes. I say, Karen, is that Frau Melzner?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Frau Melzner isn't the casino type. What do we do when the ambulance arrives?
First, we have some more champagne. Nobody can hurt you in a crowded nightclub. When the ambulance arrives, leave me with Charlie on the side and we'll know when it arrives. We get up and very casually walk to the door.
Then what?
Wherever you want to go.
Home.
Is that best?
Frau Meltzner is completely trustworthy.
You have your key?
Yes. Good night, Doctor, and thank you. Thank you more than I can say.
I'll telephone in the morning.
And say good night to Charlie for me.
I will.
And thank you again for everything.
Oh, it was nothing. Nothing at all. Good night.
Frau Meltzner, are you asleep? Frau Meltzner, are you asleep? Hello?
Is there a Baroness Karen Gazer there?
Speaking.
This is Paul Hammerlein.
What?
Listen, I've been hurt. They captured me, but I got away. I've been trying to call you for half an hour. Listen, Operation Das is in the watch. In the watch Herr Jura gave you in the shop.
The watch?
I found out that Frau Meltzner, that she...
Hello. 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 I hurried to my room. With trembling fingers, I opened the watch. It was all there, on microfilm. All of Operation Dust. I had won. I had found it. In the morning, I would send it to London. I hid the watch under my mattress and tried to sleep. My mind was in turmoil. Herr Jura was dead. Paul Hammerlein was... where? I didn't know. Finally, I fell asleep. Tortured, restless sleep. It was 3 a.m. when I awoke with a start. Is somebody there? Who is it? Frau Meltzner? Who is it? Who is it?
He's in here, Fritz. In bed.
Frau Meltzner, are you deliberately trying to frighten me?
Keep quiet. What, Fritz?
So they didn't take her out to the hospital.
The watch, Baroness. Give it to me. I know you've got it. Now, where is it?
This man is...
But this time without Paul Hammerlein's glasses, and I shoot very straight, Baroness. Please keep still.
No, Fritz, let me. Curling irons. They get hot very quickly. Now listen, you little fool. We're in a hurry. Where is it?
I should have known when you said that the Nordic blood overwhelmed...
Shut your mouth! Ah! I have wanted to do that for 5 days. Keep her covered, Fritz. These curling irons get hot, Baroness. Very hot. They will bring welts on that lovely skin like ruts in a dirt road. Hold her, Fritz.
Yes, now, Miss.
Keep your hands off me. Let go.
Where is it, Baroness? No? The curling irons are very hot.
It's in the drawer. In the bottom drawer under my clothes.
Get it, Fritz. Don't worry, she won't move.
Yes. She's lying.
Under the clothes.
No. I believe the Baroness wishes to play games.
Hold her. I'm not fooling, Baroness. I want that watch. I want it now, this second.
My purse. Under the bed. I swear it's in my purse.
If you are lying this time, Baroness.
No. I swear it's in my purse.
Look under the bed, Fritz.
Yes.
Let's everybody stand nice and still. You or Fritzy make a move, Frau Meltzner.
Charlie, thank God.
Don't Americana.
The curling irons, Frau Meltzner, put them down. You want it in the stomach or the head? Now, get up, Karen, and get a coat. I got the ambulance outside.
Yes.
We picked up a guy named Hammerlein tonight, Fritzy. I found him in a phone booth, just about dead. He told me some of the things you'd done to him. Come here.
Well, after all, we are at war. Your country and mine.
Yeah, that's right. Now stand right in front of me. Hurry, Karen.
Yes.
Remember this, will you, Fritzy? Karen, I can't get over this apartment. 300 francs a month.
Ask Charlie. He got it for me.
Well, this girl said she's, What's the matter? You don't like it?
Oh, it's wonderful. And so are you, both of you.
Karen, what about Operation Death?
I transmitted the complete plans by code to Allied intelligence in London. Then I presented the microfilm to the Swiss government.
I don't get it. Well, what's das mean?
Das means neuter.
Neither masculine nor feminine. Neuter.
In the middle.
Or neutral, like Switzerland. Operation Das was the complete and detailed plans for a German attack on Switzerland. Invasion, everything.
But everybody knows that Switzerland is neutral.
Charlie, you are a very naive man.
You know, I wonder when folks are going to figure Americans right.
Oh, what do you mean, Charlie?
Americans hate war, Doc. They hate killing people. But whoever pulls Uncle Sam's beard once too often gets the hell beat out of him.
You have just heard Ilona Massey in Top Secret, a transcribed series brought to you each week at this time by NBC. Here is Miss Massey to give you a clue to next week's assignment.
Next week, the story of a mission and the poisoned pin. A corsage that meant death. A baron who played polo and a Marcati 22 whose 4 wheels spun for fortune. It is a story that has been until now top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. Tonight's script was by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey were Ronald Long as the doctor and Ruth York as Frau Meltzner. Other players were Theo Gertz, Peter Capel, Earl Hammond, and Andrew Dugan. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Fred Collins speaking. One of the best ways to ensure your own future and to ensure a more secure future for America is through the purchase of United States savings bonds. Take It or Leave It provides gay entertainment for you next on NBC.
You have been Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.